Hello, everyone. And hello, Delboy. We're here again. This is episode 21. There we are, episode 21. I can't
My
believe it.
age.
But thank you, everybody that comes along and watches us. And oh, it's just great to be here. We love doing it every week, and that's why we keep coming back. So, um, Delboy, what have you been watching? And there you are.
Yeah, hello. And yeah, 21, my age.
Yeah.
I tried to say that earlier. It's been a bit of a difficult week for me, not because of anything nasty, but because of health reasons for my mother. I put a little disclaimer out, to say that my mother is on the mend, but it did take the emergency services to come out over the bank holiday to get her to take medicine to help her. And so I do apologize. There might be a bit of a disruption with this stream tonight because at 9 o'clock I will have to just leave for about 20 minutes just so that I can give my mum her eardrops, get her to bed, make sure she's comfortable, with a cup of tea. And then I'll be straight back to basically annoy you all. But I hope you
Well,
don't
you
mind that
probably,
I hope you don't mind that little bit of a disruption. But of course, it's when your mother is the person that's worse off in health than you are. You have to sort of like step back. But you asked me a question about what I've watched, and there is one film that I took of note, and I don't know whether many people know about it. It was on Legends TV, because I've had to watch TV when I can. You know what I mean? And it's a film called Pet, and it came out in 2016. I've got a little thing I think open at the moment to tell you who's in it because I can never pronounce these damn things. So yeah, it's written by Jeremy Slater and it stars Dominic Monaghan and Kesnia Solo, and it's a psychological thriller where this guy works in an animal sanctuary, and he finds an old flame on a bus going to his work each day, and obviously people think of him as a loner and he wants to get to know her again. She's just broken up with a boyfriend, but he doesn't know that, and he basically tries to impress her but comes across as stalking. But at one point this boyfriend beats him up and it sort of makes him snap a little bit, and he kidnaps her and puts her in a cage underneath where he works. I don't know what he was trying to do with that, force her to love me or something. But he then vows to get us to escape and to reverse the whole situation. And I won't say anything else about it, but it's a very disturbing film on how love can sort of like push you over the edge a little bit. And I do like these sort of like psychological things. So that's what I watched. Really, it's a film called Pet. It's from 2016, and I really quite enjoyed it.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Nothing else really to report.
Okay.
Really,
Right.
I've had my
Yeah.
normal film vault collection complete with Blade Runner. That was the last one I was missing. That arrived.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
I got
Yeah.
another collector set of Reservoir Dogs because that's one of my favorite Tarantino films.
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
agree.
there's an awful lot of activity in the physical medium at the moment, because all these 40th anniversary things love Terminator and Interstellar. They're all just about to be sent out. So of course it's going to be a very busy time for me.
Yeah. Yeah. So
So it's really,
Interstellar's got a release coming up.
yeah, Interstellar, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
They're all just about to titter out and
Yeah.
come out with their special box sets and steel books, and therefore there's this week I haven't had that much of a delivery. Do you see what I mean? Because I think they're all
Yeah,
holding
I
back,
get. Yeah, yeah,
for some of these things.
yeah.
So, but I take it
So
you've
there
watched
ain't going to
it,
be
Nick.
a Nightmare on Elm Street box set then, I presume, which
Oh,
people have been going on about. They're all good.
I've got them all ordered, as many as I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
anyway. That
yeah,
I'm interested in.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
I think a lot of people have
yeah.
got their King Kong box set turn up this week. As you know, that was the one that I wanted, but I missed because it sold out in
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes. It's one
Yeah,
of those
yeah.
things. So I can't talk about that, because I didn't get mine.
Mm.
But there you go. What can I say? I do know that there's a steel book only version of it coming out, and that's ordered. But it would have been nice to have had the collector's one because I do like King Kong. But there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I take it
Mm.
you've watched a lot more than me, so we'll
I
turn the
watched
next.
a few things as I always do. So
Well, no, we'll
I'll
have the
start
next
off
one.
with this.
Oh, yeah.
You might recognize this, which you kindly sent to me, and this is a beautiful edition. I was absolutely bowled over. It's a great film. Absolutely, it's about a lot of things in many ways. What I
Yeah.
like about it is where they look back over there. Like you see De Niro at the beginning of the film, he's in some nursing home and he's looking back. It's brilliantly done. Some people have been going, "Oh, the de-aging business." It's a load of rubbish. What people going on about that? It fits perfectly. If you're into the film, you don't notice any of that. It's just great, absolutely wonderful film. I liked it because it's about characters and um, real characters. And if you think about it, I was thinking a lot about this. How many gangsters live a long life? And when you see the film, it kind of puts that to there because it'll say shot in 1980 at such and such a bar. And most of these gangsters don't live a long life. So it's interesting the fact that we've got De Niro's character still alive. He was a hitman and he's there telling his story. But that's what hit me most. I was thinking, yeah, these gangsters, it's a very precarious life. They don't live to an old age. If they do, they're very lucky. They're very lucky.
Yeah.
But anyhow, this film is absolutely superb. Absolutely loved it, and that kind of gave me an impetus to think, well, I should be watch. There's some films I haven't seen that I should watch. So this might surprise people, but I've never seen The Long Good Friday, so I watched that. It was on
Yeah.
Prime. Absolutely superb, wonderful film. What kind of Bob Hoskins, fantastic, absolutely wonderful. I just love the way it was. What a film that is. And then another film I watched, which is not a gangster film, but it's just a film that people have talked about. It's a Scorsese film as well, which is Wolf of Wall Street. The
Yeah.
Wolf of Wall Street I've never seen, and people talk about it. What a film that is. I mean, what can you say about it? It's crazy. It's mad. It's just what you've got to say is DiCaprio just shows what a great actor he's become in that film. His development in his career is amazing, and he really makes that film. And you wonder, could some actors have not um, been as good as that? And he really was. He was just superb in the film. But what a film! What a story! What madness! And it's what I liked as well is the ending, because though it was like the rise and fall of him as a character, the ending kind of ended on a more sort of upbeat thing of his character, because he bounced back in a way. He did this, found another career. I just found it fascinating. It's a mad world, really, just absolute madness. But he just nailed it. And Margot Robbie, I thought, was very good as well in it. She really stood out. He has this beautiful wife, and he throws it away. How could you throw it away with such a wonderful wife who was being supportive, who loves him, and he throws it away? It's ridiculous, but it's a great character study. So I love that one. And I watched on Prime last night a film called The Lie from, I think it's 2018. It's this story about this father. He's collects his daughter, and she's got a friend. They stop, and a friend of this girl then gets in the car, and then they go out. They just go off. I think they say they're just going to having a wee or something like that, and they go over this bridge, and then you hear this scream, and he goes down, and his daughter's friend has gone over the river, jumped down, and what is he going to do? What they get a dilemma, and they cover it up, what's happened to his daughter's friend, and it really gets going. It's brilliant the way it looks at it, and right at the ending as well, it really kind of takes you, thinks, oh, I didn't see that, but yeah, well, maybe some people did, but I thought it was a great ending. So just a really good film that I enjoyed. It was psychological and quite horrific in many ways. What they went through, what would a dad do to protect, and mother, because mother gets involved, to protect their daughter, their angel, their wonderful daughter, what they do, what lengths they go to protect her. Fantastic film. I think that's it, really. I think, yeah. So let's get on through the comments.
Yeah,
so
well,
first we've got
before you do, because you didn't ask me. Before you do, you didn't ask me anything about what I thought about those films. The Long Good Friday. I actually talked about The Long Good Friday with Pete on Monday. He actually said that he'd watched that this week, which is really eerie because you've watched it as well in the same week.
Yeah.
And of course, I've got the Prime box set. I thought it was brilliant. Now, one of the people that was in the chat at the time talked about a film called Villain with
Richard Burton. Brilliant film. I've got that.
Yeah, and I was saying how good that film was, and I said the thing I liked about it the most is that he looked so small at the end. I don't want to ruin the end, but basically, when all things get caught up with him, he'd gone from being like a cray figure at the beginning down to next to nothing, and I thought that was a really, really sort of like good ending to that film. When it comes to the Wolf of Wall Street, another person turned around and said that they didn't like that film. And the thing I've got to say about the Wolf of Wall Street, which is a little bit like most Scorsese films, he doesn't really show the carnage that goes on around the characters, So so when you're following the Wolf of Wall Street, and you're looking at that character, he's taking drugs and all of this sort of stuff. You don't see the weight of what happens to everybody around him. It's very rare, I think, sometimes in a Scorsese film that you do, because these characters do destroy other people's lives. He's driving a car on drugs, and all you see at the end of it is some crashed cars. But if you think about it, all of that sort of stuff, it affects people's lives. Just think of all of the people that he was employed by, all of that sort of stuff, the aftermath of the party and all of that sort of stuff. It's all sort of stuck to one side. You know that some of the characters go to prison and that for, trying to launder money and all of this sort of stuff. But you never see the prison and what happens to those characters or anything, That's fine. That's fine. I like Scorsese's. I'm devoting my time to this character, and it's just this character I'm concentrating on, and not the aftermath. That's quite nice. It's just that I tend to find he always does that. He doesn't ever think about the characters that go around around the outskirts of it all. That's all I wanted to say about those two films. They're both for me. They're both fantastic films. I've got both of them. So
I've never seen them, so it was. I love. This is what I'm doing. I love discovering films that loads of people have seen and I haven't. It's like, it's great, because you wonder why people rate films so highly. so you discover why. And I've really enjoyed that, and I'll continue hopefully to look at films. There's so many films, there's so many, and you think, oh,
Yeah,
I
I
should have
know.
seen that one, I haven't seen that. So it's great, it's exciting. It's what enjoying looking, with films.
Yes, sorry to
Okay,
interrupt
so
you, but it's just
yeah,
sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say about what I thought of those two films.
yeah, no, it's good. No, it's all right. You're welcome to do that. Yeah, yeah. So okay, we'll start then. Here we are. Danny Jukes. How are you all? I'm good.
Danny,
Oh, and through the lens.
Josh.
Hey, Danny, and
No.
yes, Josh, and through the lens. I bought some 4Ks yesterday. Ferrari and Gladiator. Look forward to watching Ferrari for the first time.
Brilliant film. Loved
Have
it.
you anything to? I don't know anything about Ferrari.
Oh yeah, I bought it
Um,
about a year ago. I bought it from Italy because it was the only place I could get the steel book at the time. It was a co-production with Sky. It was one of those ones that I think Sky put the funding up for it. It's an interesting take because it talks about Ferrari when they're just about to go under, and more about the the founder of Ferrari, what it was like with his life with his wife. His wife virtually bowed him out, and the race that he was using for his Ferraris to get himself out of bankruptcy, and the dangers of driving at those speeds at the time, because there was a all sort of like public race that they had to do. You know, one of these Le Mans, that go across the whole of the Italian and French countryside, and there's a huge crash in it. It all looks absolutely gorgeous, all the visuals and everything. But it's a very much a very drama heavy piece, and really really good if you can get your mindset into it. It's much better than Ford versus Ferrari. What was it? Ford, what was it called? I think it was called Le Mans something or other. But there was a Ford versus. It was also the alternative name was Ford versus. I've forgotten what it's called now.
Yeah.
But I've got all of the films, both of those in Steelbook. I really do like Ferrari. Thought it was a brilliant film.
Yeah.
Gladiator. I mean, what can you say about?
I love Gladiator.
What can you say about Gladiator that hasn't already been said? Really, to be quite honest. So.
Yeah, exactly. It speaks for itself.
Yeah. All I can say, Josh, is you've got two what I consider to be fantastic films there, and ones that I know that you'll dissect, and I think you'll come away on the positive side for both of them. I don't think you're going to poo-poo Ferrari. If I know you, I think you'll like that film. I think you will compare it with the Ford versus Ferrari. I have a hard time saying which one of those two I like the best. But I think Ferrari probably just pips it. Just a little bit, maybe. Yeah. That's all I got to say, really, on that.
I must confess, it's not a film that I'm sort of attracted to. I might watch it, but it's just my personal interest.
If you want to know what the worst car driving film I've ever seen, Sylvester Stallone did a Formula One driving film back in the 90s. Oh, it was absolutely atrocious. Imagine Stallone playing the role of Hamilton or something in Formula One. I mean, it really was an atrocious film. I wish I could remember what it was called. It was called something like F1 or something like that. But that really was bad.
I remember my dad taking us to see a film in the 60s. It could have been late 60s called Grand Prix. I'm trying to
that's
think
a great film. I like that film.
Yeah, I think I didn't mind it. I watched it as a kid. Who stars in that?
Steve McQueen, is it? Or it's one of those.
Oh, is it?
It's one of those. It's one of those ones where it follows a Grand Prix. it's mostly about the racing. It's not like the
Yeah.
Elvis. It's not like the Elvis racing one, where Elvis is a racing car driver and it's got lots of his Elvis movie
Speaking
going
Elvis.
around it. We are talking about a proper Grand Prix, and I don't know. I'm probably wrong with
Yeah.
Steve McQueen, but it's one of those leading actor type ones, and you follow
Yeah.
the driver through it.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember as a kid, I think I enjoyed it. Yeah. I know my dad was very into it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Um, let's have a look at the next one. We've got Cy Robson. Hi guys, only popping in to say I'm just about to watch the 9th configuration as recommended by Matt
Mac Chats.
Chats. All right.
I think
Well,
you've missed.
enjoy that.
I think
Enjoy it.
you've missed the question, Ian. You might need to go back up about 5.
Uh,
From
yeah, I
Mark
can't see.
from
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a
Mark
minute.
Fletcher.
Ah, right. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, crikey. Yeah, I jumped. I'm sorry about all this, folks. Yeah, I'm hopeless at all this. Let's have a look. Yeah, because there's here. Good evening to everyone. Ian Baxter. I didn't see that one. Sorry about this, folks. You see how bad I am. And then we've got Cauldron of Stardust there. Hello. Welcome. And Matt Fletcher. Yeah. What are some of your favorite TV adverts from the past? The type that you hoped would come on during the breaks. I love the Lamara advert from 1983. It had a fantastic rock song on it. Oh, wow, advert.
I'd probably remember that, but I can't just by the name Lamara.
Yeah. Adverts. Whew.
Oh, I've got no end.
I always say I like the Cadbury Smash one. With the potato and them laughing and going that. I always remember that one. It's so much fun. I know it sounds a bit corny, this one, but remembering it. But as a kid, I was wow. The Flake adverts. There's a porn adverts on,
Oh God.
on TV. Do you remember the Flake adverts? God.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They were an highlight.
Only the crumbliest, flakiest chocolate. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, they're just two that just come to mind. Yeah.
Oh, I got a million I could do, but
I bet you have.
let's see ones that have got a tune in that I really liked. Let me see. The Esso advert, which was done by Jeff Wayne, who did War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
It's sort of like one of those orchestral, but using electric guitars and all of that sort of stuff. It's sort of like does a flyby over sort of like lakes and land and everything, and then you see the tiger going through the snow and everything, and then suddenly you see a truck pull into an Esso store, and you see the you see the tiger sort of like rear its head, and you have the crescendo music at the end. That always got me. I thought that was brilliant, but then again, I like Jeff Wayne's music. There was a Volkswagen Golf advert where this girl left this house. She pulls off her gold watch. She throws her pearls, her fur coat. She throws that into the garbage pail. She then picks up her Volkswagen car keys, looks at them, opens the door and drives off, and it's all to the music of Everybody's Going Through Changes. It's an old hymn. Everybody's going through changes. You know what I mean? It's an old hymn, that I really liked. I always look forward to Christmas and the Woolworths adverts. Have a happy Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, didn't. Yeah, they were wonderful.
They used to have the goodies and all that sort of stuff advertising it, and it was a tune that went "Have a happy Christmas" from Woolworths.
Yeah.
That was a nice upbeat tune. Ones without tunes, you know, I always loved the Humphreys advert. I've always stated that, where you had the straws that nick your milk. They drank all the milk away, and all these stars wanted to know what the Humphreys were. I love that. I love the "Is she or isn't she" Harmony hairspray advert.
Oh yeah.
I love the
God.
PG tips with the
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were.
You know, the Bird's Eye adverts with the song "Que Sera Sera." You know, there's a load of people in a van going home for their dinner after working in a construction yard, and they're hoping it's chips. It's chips. We hope it's chips. It's chips.
Oh
Which is,
right. All that.
you know, the
Yeah.
song "The Que Sera Sera."
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, everybody's a fruit and nut case. There's the Yellow Pages, J.R. Hartley looking for his book.
Yes. Oh yeah. I remember that one.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, so many. I won't bore you with them. I've long turned around and said that I would do an advert heavy episode, you know, at some point, you know, where I record and I'll show the YouTube clips of the adverts that I like. I don't think there'll be too many copyright strikes doing that. Adverts are adverts at the end of the day. It's just some of them do have tunes that are still copyrighted. So, you know, you have to be a bit careful. But what a fantastic question. Thanks very much for allowing me to reminisce about adverts again.
All those memories. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, I don't think we've had this one. Colin Stardust. In the notes, there was a Chips Ahoy cookie commercial with Clay Motion Chips Ahoy in a convertible car singing "Don't You Want Me Baby," while a giant ant comes from the sky and snags them one by one. I don't remember. That sounds weird.
I think that's an American. I think that's an American advert, because Chips Ahoy is not something that we've got too many of. We call them Maryland cookies. I think they call them Chips Ahoy. They are a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
Same brand, but a different name. I think.
Yeah.
Might be wrong with that. But yeah, I do like. I think I've seen that in an advert before. Do you remember we used to have these TV programs like what was that Australian newsreader?
Oh yeah, I remember the Australian bloke.
Yeah, he used to have a Sunday program, and he used to show things from all around the world. I've forgotten his name.
Was it Clive James? Clive James.
No, Clive James. Clive James is the one who does the improvisation program, and is also a big political person over here. Clive James. This was an Australian bloke.
I thought.
Same sort of bloke. He was a newsreader, but anyway. Yeah, well, you might be right. I don't know. I thought, yeah, you could be right. But anyway, he used to do those sheep's brains and all of that stuff from China, and showing all these people eating sheep's brains,
right,
didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Anyway, I think you're probably right.
It was a big thing on ITV, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, Clive James.
Yeah, 10 o'clock on
Australian critic and journalist.
That's the
one. He died in 2019.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit sad.
He was a great bloke. I used to watch that every Sunday. I think I've seen the Chips Ahoy advert in that program anyway, I think.
Yeah. Right. And then Cauldron Shadow says that commercial always made me laugh. Through the Lens, Ford v Ferrari is pretty good.
Yeah, it's got an alternative name, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, Gladiator is one of the best of all time. Enough said. It is
for a film that came out in the year 2000. It definitely
absolutely wonderful.
Raised the level of films that year. Anyway, I thought.
Yeah, and it still stands well. It's great. Con of Stardust. So I'm assuming that Dell will be continuing the video game centric chat he was having with Playtendo Pete the other day with Ian today. Tons of video game chat right in. Oh yeah, it's going to be absolutely stacked.
Yeah,
You know.
tell me your
Um,
life history with Sonic the Hedgehog, please, Ian. Yeah, I can just imagine how that
yes.
conversation will go. Yeah.
Yeah. All I know is my son played it. Yeah. You're forgetting I'm an old git, and old gits like me, we never had these computer games. We had to make do with board games. Aye, that's it.
Buck-
We never had
Buck-
these computer
Buckaroo,
games. I'm in the
Buckaroo,
generation
wasn't it?
before.
Play Buckaroo or something, didn't you? Was
Yeah,
that was it?
all these games, they were what we were brought up on. None of this computer stuff. What's a blooming computer? By heck. Hey. Bye. Right. So Steve's gaming. You missed my first hi, so I'll say it again. Hi guys. Hi. Oh, how? Oh, that's a TV program. You remember that? um. Driven Drive, as we call it, was IndyCars, not F1. Sorry, Dell.
Oh no. I
I
was talking about a Sylvester Stallone film, and there was a Formula One, and he drove it through Vegas. That was definitely a Formula One film. It was from, but he's quite right. There is a film called Driven, but this was a Sylvester Stallone centric film. I'll have to look it up now. It's called F1. I'm pretty sure of it. But Steve is always on the ball, so you know.
Is it? Oh well.
I'm not going to say that Driven isn't a film. I'm just saying the film I was referring to was a Sylvester Stallone. Yeah. But carry on.
Okay, right. For some reason you skipped my question, so I'll try again. Sorry, Mark. Yes. Danny Dukes, Cy Robson, hi mate. And Tony, hello, Tony. Thank you for coming in. Evening, Ian and Dell. Hope you are okay. On the subject of crime gangster films, one I don't hear mentioned much, Sitting Target 1972 with Oliver Reed, Ian McShane, and Edward Woodward. Not too easy. I'm sure I've seen that out as a fairly recent release. I may be wrong, but what a great cast. What a great anything with Oliver Reed, Ian McShane, Edward Woodward. What a great cast.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that?
I have seen that one, yeah. By the way, just to go back, Steve's quite right. Yes. It's called Driven, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. It's 2001 and it's Rennie Harlin. But if you have I don't know if you can see this on my screen. You're not going to be able to, I don't think. But it's all.
Let me just take that down.
It's all F1 cars, but I don't know if you can see, but they're all F1 cars in the trailer, even the picture.
Oh,
at the bottom, look there. See the wheels, look. There is no way that's an Indy car.
Yeah,
it's got the flared wheels and everything coming out the back. But I'm pretty sure it is what I think it is it's all about Indy cars, but it's got a mixture of the cars from Formula One in it, if you see what I mean. Yeah. So one of those. I'll tell you this much: I've watched it once, and it's a bag of shit. So that's where I'm saying my memory is probably wrong because it was like it's like 22 years ago, and I've been trying to forget about it ever since. Honestly, if you want to see a really, really bad film, go and watch that one. Really is atrocious. I remember there's this effect. This bloke, he wants to be a better driver, right? And Sylvester Stallone, I think, is this burnt out. If I remember rightly, every time he reaches a certain speed or something, everything turns into sort of like some psychotropic effect. like all the light stream and all of this. It's it's almost like he was he's going into some drug-induced coma or something while he's
psychedelic
driving. It really is a bad film. It really is a bad film. Yeah, but he's quite driven.
Yeah. Oh, right.
I'll tell you what. I mean, honestly, Steve knows his stuff. So, like I say.
Yeah. 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 So we mentioned the Target. Yeah, Sitting Target. It does sound a good film. That. Excellent. Thank you, Tony. Mark Fletcher, thanks for putting Ian right, Del. There you are. I've been put right now. Continued to get hold of. I got a US DVD. Oh, right.
Well, I'm gonna have to up my A game. I suppose it's because I'm thinking about my mum. I'm probably getting all sorts of things wrong tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll put my hand up and say, look, I've never turned around and said I'm brilliant at remembering things, but I tried my best.
Danny Jukes, please like the stream. Thank you, Danny. Thank you so much. Matt Fletcher, I thought someone would have mentioned the Leonard Rossiter, Joan Collins drink adverts. Yeah, well, who could forget them? Yeah.
Well, it was Cinzano Bianco, wasn't it? And then that was Cinzano Bianco, absolutely. And then there was the one with Martini, wasn't there? Wasn't that some Chase? He said Luton Airport at the end or something. Says, where you come from?
Luton Airport. Oh, no. Yeah, that one.
Lorraine Chase. That was it. Lorraine Chase.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, crikey. You're really digging them out there. Right. Tony Hawk, Clive James used to be on a Sunday evening. He had a lady singer on his show, Margarita Prakatan. Oh, she's this awful singer. Yes, that they put on. Yeah, he was quite funny, wasn't he? As I remember, Clive James. He was quite spot on and sharp. Yeah,
I used to love that program.
Let's have a look. What jobs have you done throughout your lives, and which was your favourite? Oh, crikey. Do you want to go first?
I'll let the person with the longest age go first, so that you can get.
Okay, that's fine. Right, my jobs. When I left university, I got some research jobs, which I absolutely was mad on. Absolutely loved doing the research, but then I got a bug. I wanted to work in libraries, and so I went into being a librarian and loving it. And I ended up working in a medical library, which was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loved it. And then, unfortunately, I had to give it all up to look after my wife, who just couldn't look after herself anymore. So that was my working life. But fantastic. Yeah. I'm glad I had what I had. But when I was at school, I worked at Morrison's supermarkets on, I think, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. To earn a bit of record money, as I called it. You could work when you was from school, and that it was quite easy to do. So I earned some money, beer money, and record money. But yeah, they're the jobs I've had really in my life. That's it.
Ooh, the first big job I had was working for Lloyd's TSB Commercial Finance. But I did several jobs while working there. First one was a credit analyst. I used to use what they call credit ratios to see whether a company was trustworthy to be lent money. So I had to do things like working capital ratios and all sorts of stuff. Did that for about 6 years. Then I went upstairs to the computer room and I became a system tester. So basically I was testing a product that the programmers had written. for the financial side of things. I then became a user acceptance tester. Then I actually launched the product by going around people's built the business estate and installing it and showing them how it worked. Then I was on the service desk for 10 years as the expert on that product, plus solving all the computer problems, like it won't turn on and all of this sort of stuff. So I went through that. Then I got sciatica and had to sell my house in Manchester and move back home. And I went into, what did I do? Oh yeah, I was an assessor and a facilitator for an apprenticeship. So there was a company called Xenos, and they basically took government money as an apprenticeship thing. We taught them everything there is to know about computers, all the background about networking, all of that sort of stuff. I had to assess their work. So I had to learn the exam, do the exam myself, and that proved that I'd be able to mark it. So I actually had to do the course myself and do the marking up of all the work and say whether they got a distinction or not, just mark it all up, make sure they didn't plagiarize. So I had to sort of like look at huge blocks of text to see whether they copied it out of Wiki or not, and all of that sort of stuff. Then I went to a company called iSoft, and I worked on the service desk there, which is to do with doctor surgery. So it's the primary care trust, not the secondary care trust. And I had to do SQL language to understand how the database worked and bring them back online if they were down, and answer all the doctor's questions. And then I moved into the probation service and I became an IT technician, doing all the networking, that sort of stuff. Then I became an IT manager, called an asset and configuration manager, where I was building the laptops, ordering them, doing all the repairs, asset registering them, maintaining the network. And then I now work for the Ministry of Justice. So that in the same field, IT assets. So that's pretty much my background. Yeah.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Yeah, boring.
Well, no, it's fascinating what other people's jobs are. Yeah. Danny Dukes, Driven PG 2001 Sylvester Stallone. There you are.
Yeah, Rennie Harlin.
Steve's Gaming, it was utter shit, but they aren't F1 cars. Geez, Del, face palm. Yes. Yeah.
What I'm actually getting at is that there is F1 cars in it, which is why I'm getting confused with because Indy cars is going around an oval, and they're like normal like cars, These were proper Formula One. This guy actually drove through the Vegas Strip in this car, and it was a Formula One car. I remember it in the film. But
it says there's an F1 film coming out shortly, but I don't have much faith in it.
No, Hamilton. Yeah, Hamilton's doing a Formula One film. He's been filming all around Silverstone. It's been going for about a year and a half, but I don't know quite what the state of it is. I've been following Formula One. They do talk about it every Sunday, in there when they're doing all the preliminary for the qualifying and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't have much faith. Me and Steve are big F1 fans.
Oh right, I get it. Yeah.
We've been following Formula One, all the way, going back, to Senna and all of that sort of stuff. He's a much more knowledgeable guy on Formula One than I am. I'm just a humble.
I nearly said, you can tell my age. I nearly said Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart.
Well, yeah, you are showing your bloody age, aren't you, with that?
Emma Graham Hill. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And
Well, you know, well, like I say, his son went into Formula One and became
yeah,
supreme
of
champion.
course, his son won as well, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But I'm just letting you know, Steve is such a
yeah.
huge person in my life.
A
He always
big
corrects
fan.
me on
Yeah,
Formula One because he
yeah,
knows all the cars. I have to really think
yeah,
about the names of these cars. He can just do it like that. I wish I could be like that. I reckon I've got
yeah.
dementia. There you are.
Cauldron of Stardust says we're all thinking of Del Mum. We hope she is okay. We love Del Mum. That's
Yeah, I'll have to
nice.
go off in about 8
There you
minutes
are.
just to make sure
Yeah.
she's all right.
And Steve's Gaming, yes, we do. Cauldron of Stardust. I hope Del's past jobs haven't screwed him over like his more recent ones have. Oh, right.
Well, they all have in a way. You know how it is. I wouldn't say screw you over, but what I'm saying is when it suits them, they can make you look small. And when it suits them, they can make you they can expand you to the point where you think you finally get me. You know what I mean? So I think every company does that. But you know.
Yeah. Tony Hawk watched Accident 1967 last night, directed by Joseph Losey. Oh, he's a good director, and of course it would have Dirk Bogarde, Stanley Baker, Michael York. Follow the intertwined lives of a couple of Oxford tutors and students. That film I would be right up my street. That sounds brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Great actors, great director. Have you seen that?
I don't think I have actually.
No,
Accident.
no, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Do you know how it is? You know, when we've watched all these disaster films, you know, like Airport, and you've seen The Towering Inferno, and you've seen Earthquake, and you've seen Accident. I probably have seen it, but it's just I don't remember it.
It says a couple of Oxford tutors and students. Oh, it sounds. I don't know. Sounds interesting. Stanley Baker, very much in that period of time of Dirk Bogarde, of course.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Mark Fletcher, if there was a real life zombie outbreak, how long do you think it would take for the governments of the world to get it under control? Slow dump zombies, not fast zombies. Some people might say we've already got zombies through half a population in the world already.
Well, I was going to turn around. When you consider how fast we acted during the pandemic, what do you think our government's going to do about a zombie outbreak? For God's sake, we'll all be dead. I've got no confidence in any government throughout the whole of this world. To be quite honest, I think they're all out for themselves. I don't think they've got anything. I don't think they've got the best of people's interests.
No, they just want the power. They've got the power.
It's the prestige, the power. They're going to be all right no matter what happens. Type attitude. We've already got the government that we've got in now at the moment in England turning around and saying there's going to be a budget in the next couple of weeks, and by the way, it's going to be shit and horrible. And there you are. And I'm going, tell me something I don't already know. I mean, you know,
we knew it. Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we'd all be zombies by the time that our government got ourselves fired up for combating it. We'd all be zombies by then. So,
I don't think that would. They would be slow like the zombies. They would know what was really going on. They would. Oh, they'd be quickly trying to find some place for their own safety and looking after their own skins. They'd probably like rats on a sinking ship, just quickly escape and get out and leave us to face the consequences. Yeah. Jackie Stewart, or Sir John Young Stewart, to use his real name, is a total legend and national treasure.
Yeah. Do you know much about Jackie Stewart?
Only what I saw when he was racing. He used to be winning lots of racing.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is
Wasn't he friends with shooting and doing with royalty? Did he go around with
Well,
royalty
no, I'm more
shooting?
thinking. I'm more thinking about what he's done for Formula One. He was the one who championed.
Oh, in terms of Formula One,
He's the one who he's the one who's championed for safeguards for years and years and years. He saw all of his friends die in horrific accidents. He basically, campaigned for barriers and all sorts of stuff for absolutely years and years and years. And he's recognized for all of that. But it's amazing how long it's taken, like over 20 or so years before we got anywhere near what he wanted. He wanted that back in the day, and it's amazing, really.
Yeah.
What a fantastic career. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I do remember him with a double barrel shotgun in his hand. But I'm just going to go and see my mother now. I'll be back in a little bit. All right.
Okay. Right. I'll just carry on. Don't expect the same knowledge as Delboy. Right. Let's go on to the next comment. Del, you're thinking of NSCAR stock car racing looking like normal cars. Indy look like F1 cars. Right. Tony says, accident isn't a disaster movie. No, it didn't sound like it, what you described. Although there is a car crash on at the beginning. It then looks at what happened in flashbacks to see what led up to it. Ah, that sounds intriguing. Sounds really good. Mark Fletcher, there would be a zombie tax to be sure. Of course, yes, tax everything. Yes, definitely. You can see that happening. Oh dear. Would zombies avoid paying taxes? I'm sure they would. Yeah, definitely. Who wants to pay tax? He was in the Olympic shooting team. Wow. No. Yeah. That is yeah. That's it. And because I remember, going back, he was in the Olympic shooting, and you had Princess Anne, didn't you? Doing some horse events and stuff like that. But what a guy! It was, that career in the as obviously a legend in terms of his contribution to Formula One, and there he is in the Olympic shooting team. Wow, that's fantastic. I bet Delboy knows loads about that as well. Right. Cauldron of Stardust. I do think that zombie media has an overtly negative outlook on human nature. I really don't think there would be all the infighting and dramatics going on with survival groups like in Walking Dead. Yes. Walking Dead is an interesting program, really, because I always find it interesting that everybody gets to a certain point where they think they've found the community where they're going to be safe, and they can be fine. They can grow a community together, but it never quite works out, does it? There's always some problem that emerges, whether it's the zombies getting in somehow, or people within the group falling out. It's amazing. These people may be all together in this perilous situation, and they've got to come together and work together, and they always end up falling out. It never works out right, and people get sneaky or they want their own group. You get these little tin pot leaders will suddenly emerge and think, well, I want my group, and then some follow them and off they go. And there's never, mind you see, the thing is, it's a drama series, so it would be boring if everybody got on and did all right. You've got to have stories that carry on, and you can never have people in a comfortable situation, because if you've got a comfortable situation, it might seem to be boring. Therefore, for drama series, as you've got to have conflict, and that comes when people have got different views and ideas about what to do about the zombies. And I think the one thing that was important, and I've heard that this has happened more in recent times, is that zombies actually start to develop their own intelligence. Now that adds a lot. If zombies then learn from what they're doing, and they can then be more organized themselves against the survivors. Yeah. Tony Hawk, I was reading an article today describing how global corporations now have more power than national governments and will likely become progressively more powerful as time goes by. I think that's very accurate, to be honest. I think governments often find out that they think they run the country, but actually don't run the country. They can only do so much which is allowed. They can't. The reason why radical governments of the left or the right never get in and succeed, or even if they get in, is because the large corporations don't want that. They don't want disruption, and they'll only use them so much for their own ends. So that's why these extremes, left or right, when they get in power, if they do manage to get in power, often end up not being able to do what they want to do because the corporations won't allow it. They find they can't do it. They have to just do what they want, which might, in some cases, be a good thing. We're about saying a bit mad to say that, but if you've got extreme views on both sides of the fence, extreme left or extreme right, then maybe the corporations are actually doing us a favor by making sure that they can't implement their daft ideas on both sides of the extremes. So there goes a case for me saying, well, it might not always be a bad thing, corporations. We can say oh yeah, they shouldn't be interfering and doing this, but in some cases they might actually moderate what governments can do, and if they get daft ideas, then they can actually stop them. Yeah, and Delboy is back, as you can see. Do you want to have a look at that? Yeah.
I was reading an article today describing how global corporations now have more power than national governments. Yes, they do, and will likely become progressively more powerful as time goes by. Well, yeah, that's what they've always turned around and said, isn't it? Isn't it a famous story where the president has got the ability to set off nuclear missiles, but you need 2 keys to actually turn it, and he's got more. He's got more army people around him that would actually put him right or put her right or move them to one side before he could even think about it. So as much as that person knows the codes, he wouldn't get anywhere. So when it comes to power, all the corporations, if they all turn around and said, well, we don't even recognize you as a prime minister or a president, then basically the world would come to a halt, because they could actually just stop us dead. Turn the electric off, turn the gas off. They all got together. And bang, we'd be in the dark ages. So corporations.
There's a lot of power there.
An incredible amount of power.
And that's why they want their kind of governments, and they interfere when there's governments who they think are not going to be cooperative to what they want. That's why they interfere. But then you can say it's not only corporations, we've got like countries like China or Russia actually interfering in how countries are as well. So that brings a whole new, thing going on there. I mean, you've got like Russia supporting Trump, amazing,
Oh
isn't
yeah.
it? So openly out there supporting Trump.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it was Trump who
Yeah.
famously turned around and said, "Get me back into being a president. I can end the Ukraine-Russian conflict in 30 seconds
Yeah.
or something." Right?
Yes. Yeah.
And we all know that
Yeah.
he'd side with Russia and say, "There you are. Conflict ended. Ukraine, back off. Otherwise, I'm going to blow you to bits." And that'd be the end. And that'd be the end, because he's not obviously going to back the smaller country, is he? He's going to back the bigger one.
Isn't
That's
it
the sort of
ironic
person he is.
that he's a Republican, and the Republicans were always been known for standing up against Russia and all this, and yet all Trump's supporters are not. They're supporting him. They're supporting Putin. There seems a certain irony in all that somehow.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I bet we get him back. I feel we're going to get him back, aren't we?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Mark Fletcher says, what are the best concerts you've ever been to? Also, what were your favorite music papers you used to read? Sounds, Melody Maker, Enemy, etc. Okay, so Delboy, what are your favorite concerts that you've been to?
Most people know I've been
There's
to
one
Live
I'm
Aid.
always jealous of.
Yeah, I went to Live Aid, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm jealous.
I've seen Elton John many, many times. I've been to the Royal Albert Hall. I've been to the Watford Football Ground. I've been to all sorts of those ones. Because I anybody that knows me knows that I love the piano. So my musical bent is towards somebody who flamboyantly plays piano. You know what I mean? So that's why I liked Queen, and I liked Billy Joel and all of those, So I've been to see Oasis at Nebworth. Who else have I seen? Like I said, I went to the Freddie Mercury tribute concert. That was good. Some of the acts that came on, though, destroyed those Queen songs. I'm sorry. They didn't sound very good from where I was listening to that concert. I haven't been to that many concerts, because to go to concerts, you really experience it with somebody else, and I always went by myself. There was a couple of times I took a girl, to the Elton John ones. So Live Aid, I was by myself. The Freddie Mercury tribute concert, I was by myself. Oasis, I was by myself. I've been to a few festivals. That's about it, really. Can't think of anything else. Over to you. You've got them more on the ball with this.
Sometimes they come out, you remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that certain period.
Oh, I went to the Jean-Michel. I went to the Jean-Michel Jarre. I went to the Jean-Michel Jarre, Docklands, London.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah.
Where it was filmed at Docklands.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was late 80s, early 90s, after the shuttle disaster. Yeah. He did Rendezvous Houston, and then he did Docklands, I think. So
yeah.
Sorry, that was the last one I could think of.
It's all right. I've been to with a lot of what I remember some, and then and then a bit later I think, oh yeah, I saw them as well. But highlights that I can remember is Kate Bush in Birmingham, The Who, AC/DC, Stranglers, at Wembley, the football pitch. we were on the football pitch. I saw that concert. Moody Blues, who were perhaps not at their best, but I'm glad I saw them. And one group I was really pleased to see. Well, there's a few groups I'm pleased to see, but in old terms of old groups of the sort of classic rock was Wishbone Ash. I saw them in Leicester. What a band! You know, the two dueling guitars. There's nobody quite like them in their sound at the time, and Argos is the greatest, one of the greatest classic albums ever. But I've seen Joy Division. I always say that as a support group to Buzzcocks. I've saw the Clash loads of times. The Jam.
Told you his stuff was more varied than me, didn't I?
Just loads of groups, and I think, oh yeah, I saw them. I'll tell you what I really like is as a singer. I don't know if you've heard of her. Is Judy Tazuk. Judy Tazuk, I've seen quite a few times. I really liked her. She had really one big album, which is linked with Elton John because it was on his Rocket label, which is Welcome to the Cruise, her debut album. What an album that is! And she continued. She's still going to this very day.
I was going to say that's quite late on. That's quite late on, isn't it? Because he was with Dick J Music all the way until the mid 70s, where he set up the Rocket label.
I'd say probably about 77.
Yeah, that's when he set up his own label, because he had a big.
She was one of the first artists.
He had a big financial fight with Dick James because over the rights of his music, and that's why he set up the Rocket label.
Yeah,
and he really liked her. He brought across Kiki D, didn't he, and a load of others,
Yeah. But Judy Tazuk, great singer, beautiful first debut album. Welcome to the Cruise is a great album. So I've seen that, and I've seen the other sort of more left field, and is an absolute legend. You may not have heard of him, or you may have him. He's Captain Beefheart. He came from America. He's got one of the most cult double albums, Trout Mask Replica. If you may not have heard of that, but honestly, it is considered just a massive cult album. What it is, it's an amazing album. You can't even describe. It's not a prog rock, but it's got elements of prog rock. It's got a lot of deep South American music. It's just wonderful, and it's weird as well. He did work with Frank Zappa as well, so there's obviously influences with Frank Zappa. But it's absolutely, and I saw him. He came, and it was wow. I was absolutely bowled over. I've seen, just a lot of groups on that era, the sort of around 77, 78. Elvis Costello, brilliant. X-Ray Specs, they were great, absolutely wonderful. X-Ray, I only made one album, sadly, but great, and she's gone now as Polystyrene. Great music. A saxophone playing with a punk beat is absolutely wonderful music. It really stood out. And but Joy Division, I always, as I say, I Joy Division's in my head. I can still see that concert. I remember it. I was there at the front seeing this wonderful music. I'd never heard like it before. They were a support group, and I know I talk about it, but it just blew me away. And then I'll just say Kate Bush, of course. Who could not? I forget Kate Bush.
You've already said Kate Bush. Your bloody brain's going. You said that at the beginning.
And which did I read? I read NME mainly, but I did look at. It depends what I could afford. NME I got every week, but I sometimes like to look at the others as well, which was a cross between Sounds and Melody Maker. NME was the one that I got every week.
I did see Blondie about 20 years ago.
Oh,
and I remember when I was in Manchester. I remember when I was in Manchester, I saw Catatonia.
Oh, really? I like Catatonia. Excellent. Yeah. they were good. I never saw though. They were a
Like I
bit
said,
probably later for me, Catatonia.
certain things
But
come
yeah,
back, but it's just that I'm not somebody that went to a lot of concerts. You see what I mean?
yeah,
I went to see
yeah,
Elton John a lot. I mean, I can tell you now, I saw 20 odd
yeah,
concerts,
yeah,
of Elton
yeah,
John. But if you were
yeah.
just to
Oh
say,
yeah, I forgot the one. I talk about Talking Heads. I saw Talking Heads, and I absolutely love Talking Heads. They're one of the greatest groups that I love. I've got all their albums, and I just love Talking Heads.
see, because
And
you see, I've been
I
to
was
some
lucky
little,
enough to see them.
I've been to some little venues because I've been to see Tangerine Dream, but
Oh wow! You
these,
said I've never seen them. I'd love to see.
these were incredibly small, like pub type environments, bigger than pubs.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. What I'm
Wow.
saying is, it's almost like they've got a factory warehouse cleared, where you'd have a rave
Yeah.
or something, and they played in
Oh
something
yeah.
like that, like the Beatles
Yeah.
played in the Cavern back in the day, like that. They were
Yeah.
all Blondie was in one of those environments. It was almost like a
Yeah.
like a like a factory warehouse floor or something. It wasn't a stadium.
Yeah.
I didn't see him in a stadium. I didn't see him in
Yeah.
anything, big. But yeah, I did see the odd
Yeah.
performance in what
I was.
they used to call them intimate performances. Intimate performances. That's what they
Yeah.
used to call them.
Yeah. Um. I was never into, which was quite big, wasn't it, at the time? Was all the rave scene? Was it early 90s with
Yeah.
all these various groups? That I never was into that really, but that was big, wasn't it, at the time? In
Raves,
a way,
yeah.
it's interesting because that was before we got the emergence of like Oasis, who are in the news now.
Well, that if I
But
remember
we had
rightly,
that period, that rave period before.
the rave
Sorry.
period, it was all about following the signs along the motorway. You used to go to a
Yeah,
motorway Shell station or whatever it was, and it was like, oh yeah,
yeah,
there's going to be a rave. It's going to be announced at 9 o'clock, and we're going to get this. We're going to get the signs that tell you where to go next, and then
yeah,
you'd end up in a farmer's field somewhere, and
yeah,
then be the next big rave. I never, I
yeah.
never, I never looked at raves like that. I never really went to one.
No,
I just went to what was going on in people's houses after I'd been to a pub or something. I never went to a
yeah,
big party
yeah,
rave thing that was going on.
yeah,
Never,
yeah.
never,
Well,
never.
the fact it was almost like um, a guerrilla operation, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Setting up a rave, they had to sort of do it all secretly, otherwise they'd get shut down, wouldn't they? And but it
yeah.
did build its own scene, and then you got the groups that yeah, sort of
Oh
got
yeah,
into
Chemical
that. But
Brothers and all of that.
I never,
Chemical Brothers and
I
stuff came
never,
out of all that.
yeah, yeah. And then Britpop emerged, and then that was it. Because I don't think there's been any real sort of into noughties and what have you. We haven't had the same kind of movements, have we? Really like that, or
I
maybe we
won't say
have, and
that.
I'm totally out of touch. What I remember,
If you're
even though
out
I
of touch,
wasn't part of that,
I
because
know
I was
full
too
bloody
old.
well
But
I'm out of touch. I can tell you that now. If you think you're out of touch, but when you get past the 2000s, it's a mess of pop,
yeah,
like Pop
well,
Idol
I
and all that,
suppose.
pop Idol and crap like that, as far as I'm concerned. So.
Yeah, but I think hip hop changed everything, didn't it? Really, because that became more. It started off quite radical, and then it became more mainstream, and everybody seemed to go into doing hip hop, and it's still carried on in many ways. I think its influence.
Well, I don't think
But
this is
that's
the thing.
another story, I suppose.
This
I kind of lost touch.
this is the thing, Ian, about music. I don't think music dies. It's one of those things where
Yeah,
when people talk about eras, they're talking about when it was the most popular. So as much as we turn
yeah,
around and go, oh, and then everybody was doing dance, and then everybody moved from dance into rave, and then it
Yeah.
was bomb, and then it was you know, bass and drum and bass, and then it
Yeah.
was all of this. I'm turning around going, well, all of those things are still going on now. It's just that you're talking about a period where everybody was talking about it for a whole year or more. Do you know what I mean? And that's why people go,
Yeah.
that period of time was considered to be the romantics, and this was the synthesizer
Yeah.
era, and it was the,
And
and all of
yeah.
that. So,
And also, some musical forms just continue anyhow. They're not part of trends. You
that's what
say
I
like
mean.
heavy metal, which heavy metal has always been there. There was a resurgence when you got the sort of more new metal, or you got these groups like Iron Maiden, which came out of the original metal groups. So that's always been there,
Yeah,
but it's never been a mass. It's not had the mass appeal, but it's always been there. And of course, as you say, you're right. I mean, they're musicians. They're earning a living. We forget that, and they come together and reform groups. Like I love Deep Purple, and Deep Purple, they reform various lineups. I think, in fact, they've not long ago finished a tour. These old musicians still playing away. So
yeah.
we forget that musicians, it's a job. They've got to earn a living, and they carry on. Not everybody earns millions and what have you. In fact, the majority of musicians it's a job. They're just doing to earn some money. And that's why you get these reformed bands, and they just carry on, and do it. Why not? And I think we forget that musicians want to earn a living. But what fascinates me, I'm not a musician, I don't understand musicians, is that they seem to work well with people for a relatively short time in terms of groups. They produce great music, but you get all these tensions build up between members
Yeah.
of the group, what direction they do, and that. And then that inevitably leads them leaving and going in their own direction. And then they come back as well. It's interesting how musicians are. And I find it fascinating. And it produces often, the more tension you have, can produce some great music. It produces absolutely wonderful music, even though they might not get on. They just go in, do their job, and then they go home. They don't hang out. Maybe sometimes we get the wrong idea. We think that musicians are all sat down having sex and drugs and rock and roll, when the majority of them are just doing a job, and that's it. They do their job, and off they go. Yeah.
When you say that, I don't think of that at all. I just think of
Yeah.
them being mutually appreciative of each person's talent, and they actually get them all together, and they somebody composes the music, somebody writes the lyrics, and then they all get together at a specific time, have a chat and a coffee, start recording the stuff, and then bugger off home, go their separate ways. I don't think of it as they're all having sex and they're all going back and having big parties afterwards. No, I don't think of that at all. I think of those things going on after the album's produced and they're going around promoting it. That's when I start thinking about them doing stupid things. I've watched enough documentaries of classic albums. That stuff that's on Sky Arts when they're doing classic albums.
Yeah.
They say,
it's good series.
Let's talk about the album Tapestry, and let's talk about the album.
Rumors.
I've seen those to show that the producers that are at the mixing desk are going, we were really busy, and we were here for 12 hours trying to get this track down, and we finally got the track down. For me to start thinking that they all were just injecting heroin into their arms and stuff. I've got no real opinion about Oasis and what's happened this week. I just turned around and went, do you know what? If you're a big Oasis fan, I'm pleased for you. If you're not a big Oasis fan, it's a nothing. It's a nothing.
There's no point in being negative. Yeah, Yeah,
No, but what I'm
I
saying
think
is
that's
it's a
good.
big news. It's a big news story at the moment. And to me, it's not a big news story.
Yeah,
It's like I knew that was going
yeah,
to happen at some point. It was just a matter of time of when
yeah,
that was going to happen. Um, oh, it looks very much like they
yeah,
need the money, so they've decided now's the time that they're going to
yeah,
actually
yeah.
get the
He's
money in
got a
together.
divorce,
Yeah,
hasn't
he's
he?
got me. Yeah,
Noel's got a divorce
he's
paper.
probably clapped
Um,
his eyes on a new house or something, and he's decided, right, let me make up with
yeah,
my brother then, and we'll do a piece of music together. So
yeah, yeah. Because I
I've
don't
I've
think they're going
listened
to
I've
record any
listened
human stuff.
I've
Yeah.
listened to Liam recently in his own band, and his voice doesn't sound like it used to.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, at the
But
end of the day, you've got to think to yourself, how much smoking and how much drinking, how long does it take
yeah.
before his vocal cords are just going to go, right?
Yeah.
And you've got
Yeah.
what, 15 years since they were together? You think about how many
Yeah.
packets of fags he's
Yeah.
had go down his throat since that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And everybody's going, oh,
Yeah.
they're Oasis are going to be back together. And I'm going, so do you think they're going to do a studio album then together?
They won't.
Possibly,
They
right?
won't. Yeah.
Possibly, don't know. But whatever you
Yeah.
look at it, their voices are now 15 years older from when you remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you
No,
know,
that's a good point. I think the only thing you could say is that musically they've both done reasonably well, haven't they, in solo terms?
of course they
Noel
have.
Gallagher and Liam have got quite good followings. I think have done well.
Yeah,
So they still got that writing ability. It's just as you say, the voices trying to
yeah.
recreate what they did. That
If
is,
you're going
I
in
think it's a
thinking
very
that
good point.
if you go in thinking that you're going to be listening to just how their voices were 15 years ago, then you're going to
Yeah,
be sadly disappointed, right?
yeah,
If
yeah,
you go in thinking it's nice that we've got them all back together again, and
mm,
you hear the complexities of how their voices are now, and that it will be
yeah,
different to how it was, then you'll get greater
yeah,
enjoyment out of it. I'm just thinking that there's
yeah,
too many people that look at these things with rose tinted glasses and they go to themselves, "Oh, I'm going to be listening to
yeah,
that album that I've got in my." Because even this week, I've seen on YouTube they're saying that they're showing things like, "This is my DVD collection of this and that and the other and all
yes,
of this sort of stuff,"
yeah,
and I'm going, absolutely wonderful, and I sincerely hope that you really enjoy it. I just know for a fact that if you were to ask me to stop listening to Elton John and then listen to him how he's going to be in 15 years' time, then his voice isn't going to be the same. That's how I'm saying. You know what I mean? He hasn't,
mm, yeah.
because you
It's
know it's just a
yeah,
natural progression in life that your voice
yeah,
has to change. It has to. You
yeah,
get older.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It goes
That's
down.
very
It goes
true.
down an octave, or half an octave, or up half an
Yeah,
octave. You won't be
yeah,
able to reach the high notes like you used to, and all of this sort of stuff. And
yeah,
you'll have to adapt your
mm,
music playing to adapt to your voice. Simple as
yeah,
that.
yeah. In many ways, you might need a voice coach again to
Yeah,
help
they're
them
probably going to have to hire
preserve
one.
what they've got of their voice. Yeah, I think that's what they'd have to do because there are singers who've got tremendous voices who they must do that. I'm thinking of Ian Gillan of Deep Purple. As far as I know, Deep Purple, he comes back. I think he still might be doing it, and his voice in his original thing. I, it's absolutely. He would need somebody to be helping him, unless he's lived a very good. He may have lived quite a good lifestyle. I don't know, but if he hasn't, then it is. But from what I've seen, he must have lived quite a good. He must have looked after his voice because he's still got the power there. It's still power, but you can't, as you say, you can't you've got to live a certain lifestyle, I think, to do that. You can't
Well,
just be sat there
all,
smoking
all, I,
away on
all, I'm,
cigarettes.
all I'm thinking about is that Liam,
Yeah.
I don't think he's the type of person that looks after his voice. I don't think he wakes up in the
No,
morning thinking,
no.
oh, I better not have a fag this morning because I'm going to get ready for a concert that I'm going to do. I don't think he thinks along
Well,
those
yeah,
lines.
he's not going to stick that.
Now, on the other
No.
hand, if you start thinking about someone like ABBA, the band ABBA
Yeah.
that have brought out an album, 2 years ago to promote their new
Yeah.
concert, all that sort of stuff.
That's right. Yeah.
They did do some singing by themselves, but again, there's been some solo careers that have come out of it that they did every couple of years, but they
Yes.
don't
Yeah.
smoke. They don't drink like a rock and roll person does. They're very
Yeah. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
themselves. But if you listen to that album, you'll notice that their voices are different. They're not the same harmonies that they had
Yeah.
back in the 70s and 80s. They
It's
have
age. It's
they
age.
have got
Yeah.
that the tremor in the back of the voice that
Yes.
basically
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm not trying to poo-poo anything, and I'm not trying to
No. No. I
I'm not
agree.
trying to
Yeah.
elongate the conversation beyond a
It's
certain point.
it's a good point. It's a good point.
I'm just
No, it
saying that
is.
I think there's a lot of people that think that it's going to be like putting on a
Yeah.
CD and listening to it like
Yeah.
that.
I'm afraid it happens to everyone. The great singers. I remember seeing because my dad used to watch Frank Sinatra quite a bit. He loved his music, and his latter years, his voice was just nothing like
No,
um, his original voice, and that was because he was old.
yeah,
It got old.
old,
It
drink,
just,
and
yeah,
smoking.
yeah, yeah. It just wasn't like he was when he was young, and that's it. It's how
I
it
used
is.
to I used to sing in the choir. I'm blowed if I could do that now.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Right. Let's go on to next one. Cauldron of Stardust. I think people would bond together and not be shooting each other over minute issues like you see in most zombie movies and shows. We're better than that. I would hope so. I would hope so.
Mm,
Um,
I don't know. There's a lot of people I think that are very selfish and are out for themselves that probably
yeah,
wouldn't actually
yeah,
get together. If I was to go to my neighbor, I think that they probably would let me in if zombies were
yes,
attacking my
yeah,
house. But if I was to go into
yeah.
another street, say about
Maybe not.
200 yards up the
They'd
street,
say,
they'd be going, who
yeah,
the bloody hell are you? Get out!
yeah, 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 yeah,
Die out there with them. I
yeah,
don't know who the hell you are.
yeah,
It's a little bit like that with me.
yeah. No, you've
I'm
got a good point. I think
I'm
that's
one of these people that think that I do like to think of good-natured people, but I do think in some of these films, I think to myself, if that was me, I'd be saying, "Bugger off! I'm thinking about me. I want to protect my mum. I don't
yeah,
give a shit about you.
yeah.
What the hell are you
That's
about?"
right. Yeah, yeah. And if people have their bunkers that they go in, they don't want anybody else in, but the people that they
Yeah,
specifically want. You don't want strangers in your bunker, and there'll be
yeah.
people that's how it is. It's just how it is.
It's called a controlled.
Um,
It's called a controlled environment for a reason. And that is you
yeah,
control your
yeah,
own destiny in your own place, and it's your own palace, and therefore you don't want
yeah,
people that
exactly.
you don't know anything
Yeah,
about that's going to upset the apple cart.
that's
So
right. That's what it's about.
bang.
Exactly. Um, Danny says, sorry, off to bed as this heat is making me feel a bit bad. Have a great stream. Thank you, Danny. I'm
Thank you,
sorry you're
Danny.
not feeling so good. Um, yeah, but thank you as always. Cauldron of Stardust. That's my point, Ian. In shows like Walking Dead, communities crumble over silly issues. I honestly don't think we'd be so shallow in survival situation. Humanity is better and smarter than that.
Yeah,
That's a positive view. That's a good positive view.
I always look at the positives. I just know that for some people they're very
Yeah,
selfish. That's all I'm getting at, and I
yeah,
just wonder. Look, if push comes to shove, if somebody was to put a gun to your head and say, seriously, do you think the person 200 yards up the road would let you in during a zombie apocalypse? I'd have to turn around and say, if they lived closer to me and I know them, they'd let me in. If they didn't, they wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah.
because I think that's the way of the world. That's all.
Yeah.
Maybe that's me looking at life wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just that I've
I
got
don't know.
a very different outlook.
I kind of have that, but then sometimes you get glimpses that people can rise above things and can come together. I'm thinking over, was it about a month ago when we had all that rubbish that happened with all these riots and all that stuff?
Yeah.
But more people came positive, didn't they? There were more people
Yeah.
came out and said, "We're not having this. We're not putting up with that," and it all fizzled out pretty
Yeah.
quickly. So that was good to see, showing that people can get together and care.
Yeah, very
They
much. And
don't
I'm glad you
have to have
ended on
all.
that sort of note because, like I say, I'm looking at things
Yeah,
like a zombie
yeah,
apocalypse has hit my street, right? Rather than a
yes,
zombie
yeah,
apocalypse is attacking the
yeah,
world. I'm looking at it in my street,
yeah,
and I just know how people are in my street, if you see what I mean. Because I'm a bit of a
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a bit of a that old adage, town mouse, country mouse. I'm a little bit of both, but I'm more country mouse
yeah,
than town mouse. I don't
yeah,
do well in cities. I find the hustle and bustle miserable.
yeah. I understand.
I go onto a tube and everybody's in their own little dream. If you were
Yeah,
to ask somebody to move out of their chair, they'd look at you like you stood in dog shit.
yeah,
They're not going to move out and they're saying, "What? You got a disability or something?" No, I'm sitting here. I got here first. Bugger off.
yeah,
That's how I know people. You
yeah,
see, I like to think of people
yeah,
that would. Oh yeah, I've definitely got a problem with my leg. You could definitely sit down, sir. Yeah, not a problem. And they would get
yeah,
off of their seat and offer that. I'd like to see that more often, but I just don't.
mm,
So
yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah. I think that's why I prefer the town I'm living in. I'd rather be in a town. I spent 18 years in a big city, Leeds. I've seen what city life is like. I'd rather be in a smaller town. But that's how it is. Unfortunately. Um, so back to music. If you could create a music festival from bands from any decade, who would you choose? And who would headline? Oh,
I'm going to let you answer
it's an
because, to be
interesting
quite
one.
honest, the music questions are bound sure to be more your game than mine. So.
Well, I think we'll pretend that people haven't died. They're immortal, right? So imagine a music festival where you had the Beatles, you had Jimi Hendrix. Imagine that. Or the Doors. What a mixture that would be. You'd have Jim Morrison. Um, these are the kind of people who it would be fantastic to have if as in a festival. Imagine that. Just imagine that. Fantastic. And so I would choose that. I've just mentioned three. I would choose the Beatles and Hendrix. I mean, Hendrix. Wow, so a short career, and he did so much in such a short career. And the Doors. I've just loved the Doors. There's something special about the Doors. So they could be in a festival. You could have those three. Yeah, I think they would be, if you wanted a sort of a more modern artist, then I would put, I have to put them down. Talking Heads and Joy Division. I'd stick them in. Yeah. There we are. That's my answer.
I think the biggest festival that I could think of in my head, how I would do a festival. I'd do something a little bit like Glastonbury with all different stages, but I think I'd separate it into eras. So I'd have a 60s stage, a 70s stage, an 80s stage, a 90s stage, 2000s stage, and then I'd have all my favorites. So in the 70s, I'd have things like I don't know, the Sweet, T-Rex, all of that sort of stuff, and in the 60s, I'd be having the Beatles and all of that sort of stuff. Do you see what I mean? And so rather than it be genres of country and pop and easy listening and heavy metal and all of that, it would be where that band or where that person sits in the years for their style of music. You see what I mean? So the Carpenters were big in the 70s, so I'd put them in the 70s, and so forth and so forth. Do you see what I mean? And I'd be thinking of all of those different bands that that my mum listened to and I listened to and who I still listen to now and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's how I look at things, because I'm very eclectic when it comes to music. When it comes to soundtracks, it's easy. When it comes to pop music or easy listening or middle of the road type music, that everybody listens to, that's played on the radio and all of that sort of stuff, there's so much that I just go, not me, not me, not me, not me, compared to, yeah, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me. Do you see what I mean? There's more not me than there is me. But I think that's purely because I like listening to things like orchestras and piano and heavy bass. You see what I mean? So that's why I like probably more middle of the road. You know what I mean? Than an extreme. I'm not into heavy metal, but I do like things like I like Alone and all of that, by Heart. I'll listen to that. I'll listen to the odd track of Marillion. I'll listen to the odd track, of all of these, but I would never buy an album of theirs. You know what I mean? It's been very rare I've bought a heavy metal album, but I have bought three Heart albums in my life.
Can I just ask you, what if I was trying to match you with sort of music? I tend to think prog rock seems to me something that you'd be more interested in.
Yeah.
Have you got any particular prog rock groups that you might like?
Oh, I like Rick Wakeman. I like Yellow. I liked.
What about this one? This album, it's a classic prog rock album.
It's upside down.
Yes,
it's upside down.
Edge.
It's upside down.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there it is. It's an absolute classic album.
Yes.
This.
I've listened to that album. I haven't got that album, but I've listened
Rick
to it.
Rick Wakeman's on this.
Yeah.
Albums like that, I thought you might like.
Yeah, I liked Wizard. I liked, what's it? What's they called? That one that I talked about the other day begins with Evangelion or Reminiscence or something. What it was anyway. It had that track. It had that track called Northern
Lights. Yeah,
I that's the sort of bent that I am towards when it comes to listening to prog rock. There's a lot of extreme prog rock that I probably would go, well, I can see why people would like it, but it's a bit weird for me. I listen to Mike Oldfield, and that's
Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Stuff.
I think Emerson, Lake and Palmer are more like you might like more, because they come from a more classical field, really.
But if you listen to some of the lyrics and words in a Mike Oldfield album from the 70s, weird. He had this one track, and I can't remember what it's called, but the words went, "Hey and away we go, cross the grass, cross the snow, big round beastie, big round face. I'd rather be with you than flying through space." Now, if you're not on drugs when you wrote that, right? And you got to say the same about Mark Bolan. Have you ever seen a woman coming out of New York City with a frog in her hand? Well, no. And if I did see one, I'd run. I mean, at the end of the day, music is very much what you like, and I don't sit myself down and say that's shit, right?
Yeah.
I usually say it's not really for me,
Yeah.
right? Because at the end of the day, for you to actually this is how it was back in the day anyway. I don't know if it's like this anymore. You couldn't publish something on vinyl or CD or cassette if you couldn't write the actual notes down on stave paper. Right? Now, I don't know if that's still the truth, because half the music I listen to doesn't sound like it's within the music constraints of what makes music sometimes. If you've ever listened to anything by Yoko Ono and a bloody Plastic Band,
oh no, that's too experimental.
You'd know that. Is that really music? Because I tell you what, you've gone from one octave to another, and it doesn't sound very much like you went through any musical background of how I've been taught to get that one point to the other. Do you know what I mean? A C chord is a C chord. A C major chord is a C major chord. You don't sound like you've used any type of music topology at all to make that sound. That's all I'm getting at, you see. And I just go, who am I to know that? I've never composed a piece of music in my life that's been published. So how do I know? I can't. I can't say, can I? But I love music. I love music to death. I keep thinking to myself, I'm a big music fan, but then I meet someone like you that's hugely above me when it comes to music. You'd whitewash me in a music quiz. I'd be going.
But you're you know all about these, which I don't. The soundtracks, you know a lot about classical. Yeah. Mine's all very limited.
I'm sure you know this, right? Tony Hatch wrote the Crossroads theme.
Yeah.
Tony Hatch, right?
Yeah.
Big name in music is Tony Hatch. He did absolutely tons. It was Paul McCartney's favorite theme, and he wrote the music for a year.
That's on Band on the Run, wasn't it? He did that. Did he do it on Band on the Run?
Wings played the Crossroads theme, and they played that track for a year on that TV show.
Yeah.
Now, how does Paul McCartney become a fan of Tony Hatch?
Yeah.
You think that they'd be poles apart? Here's a person who was with the Beatles, set up his own band with Wings, has done has worked with John Barry and done Bond themes, and here he is playing the lead guitar on the Crossroads theme. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound right, does it? It sounds.
Yeah.
Where's that come from? That's like Elton John playing Daktari's theme. The theme to Daktari or Animal Magic. You know what I mean? No, you don't think of the two together. It's
no. But they're musical people, because they could just pick up their guitar and start playing that tune. And that is people who can just do that. They're not reading music, they're just listening, and they're proper.
They know instantly that's C, that's F major, they just go boom.
They know just by listening, which I find incredible. People who can do that, it's just amazing to me.
Yeah.
I just that's what musicians I find absolutely fascinating.
It's why I get starstruck. It's why I get starstruck. It's why I get starstruck.
Yeah.
I go.
I mean, I'm listening more now. It's like I was listening this afternoon to this Yes album, and I was trying to listen to more like what was going on, like underneath, like I was listening to the bass more, which I haven't done before. And then I was listening to the drums. Sometimes you forget. Sometimes the things in the background kind of you don't listen to, but if you listen to them, you think, oh, crikey, that's interesting. They're doing this.
Yeah.
So it's always a learning process, which I find fascinating. Um, and also, I was thinking, the reason why sometimes reunions don't work, when they come back, is because the original band, you don't often get the best lineup. And I was thinking, if Yes, for instance, which they have throughout their career, have reformed, broke up, reformed. Yes, without John Anderson on vocals, he's not Yes. You think that's not Yes. No matter, even if all the other members are there and they've brought in somebody, you associate groups with certain artists, and
Yeah.
Yes, he's John Anderson. That's it.
Yes.
You know,
Mm.
it's how it goes. It's like the Rolling Stones. You wouldn't have anybody else but Mick Jagger singing lead, all the great classics.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't. Beatles. Well, that's what. Well, no. Now the Beatles are a good example of where you've got shared vocals, haven't you? And
Oh yeah.
both, which is, and I'm going off in another direction, but it's interesting. Just made me think that about groups where you've got shared vocalists who are as good as each other.
The one
rather than just
the one thing that's come out of this conversation is that I'm encouraged that what you're doing is what I've been doing for years. Is that when I listen to a piece of music, right? I listen to it all the way through the first time. The second time, I'm listening to the bass.
Yeah.
Right. The next time I'm listening to it, I'm listening to the main.
Yeah.
And forget the bass. And the next time I listen to it, I'm listening to the timing by the percussion.
Yeah.
And then it's whatever I pick up, because for the longest period of time when I was trying to learn piano and all of that sort of stuff, I looked at a track like the Superman main theme, right? Mm-hmm. And I'd see a documentary of the orchestra together, and they're playing the main theme, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you ever do buy the music to that score, you'll see that most of the instruments that are there are about 2 pages long, and you're thinking, how can you have 8 minutes of music and there's only 2 pages to each of the instruments, right? It's because it repeats. It's like it starts here and then it says, then go back to the beginning. And then it says, go back to the beginning. And then go back to the beginning. And it's because it's a repetitive tune that basically is just changing its tempo, or it's changing its octave or whatever. And it makes for a very complex tune. There's probably 3 main tunes going on in Superman, right?
Mm.
But what I'm trying to say is it must be the most boringest piece of music if you're a particular type of instrument.
Right.
Say your instrument was, I don't know, oboe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And somebody turns around to you and says, you're going to be playing with John Williams and you're going to be in the main Superman main theme. You'll be going, yeah. And then when you get the piece of music, you'll be going, so all I do is play. And that's all you do all the way through it for 13 minutes. You'd be going, fuck's sake. You'd be like that. You would. I'm sorry, but that's because when you listen to it, you listen to the whole spectral recording and you think, wow, how does that all fit together? But there is some sod somewhere in that orchestra that is just going, that is all that person does in the whole of that tune.
Yeah.
And it's just, like I said, it's interesting how music gets together. I'd be honored. But to be quite honest, if you're an award-winning violinist and you were given that to play, they'd be going, I'm bored senseless.
Yes.
Why can't I be playing Vivaldi's The Four Seasons?
Yes.
That's where I cut my teeth. And you've given me a piece of music where I'm playing 15 notes over and over again. You see what I mean? It's
Yeah,
a weird way of looking at music, but I'm forever listening to the different parts of tunes and knowing that it's the
yeah,
same tune that I heard at the beginning, but it's up an octave, down an octave, or slowed down, or sped up, or whatever. Because that's what a march is at the end
yeah.
of the day. Anyway,
I
how
was
long do
just
we have?
thinking, this is
How long we have
an
that?
interesting question: is do they still do sheet music for
Yes.
current chart
Well, that's what I said
records?
to you, didn't I? I
Yeah,
said the
yeah.
one thing I want to know
Do you
is,
get the number one record on sheet music now? Do they still do that?
yeah, that's what I said. Back in the day, if you brought out a single, you had to have the music
Yeah, I
published on
know. I
sheet
remember
music
that.
to buy
Yeah,
from,
yeah.
say, like
You did.
Musical
Yeah,
Express or whatever, right? But
yeah,
I can't see the bands that we've got coming out today bringing out their music for all
no,
the
no.
instruments written down on in stave and
Yeah,
form at all.
yeah. Well, I remember going with my brother to a music shop because he played guitar, and you would see all the sheet music, and it was all of chart records. And I suspect nowadays you wouldn't see that, would you? You wouldn't get all this sheet
No.
music of current chart records. It's just something that wouldn't be done, would it? I mean, could you
No.
imagine how they would do it? You
Well,
know,
I do
if you've
think the
got a
old
hip hop song at number one, I doubt if you're going to get the sheet music.
Yeah,
you know?
I do think, Ian, though we might move on because we've been talking about that now for, by the way, 40
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
40
Yeah.
minutes we've been talking about that.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've still got 15 people or 14. It's just gone down. People still here. Yeah, notice I said that and it went down. On the subject of behind the scenes thing affecting governments, have you seen A Very British Coup, a 1988 TV series? It starred Ray McNally as Corbyn, like left wing newly elected Labour MP. Do you know, I vaguely remember watching something like that. Yeah,
Ray McAnally is how I
yeah,
recognize him, right? Yeah,
yeah.
I
I
do
do vaguely
remember.
remember.
The thing about it is A Very British Coup. I was more into something like Yes Prime Minister or Spitting Image or whatever it was in politics than A
Yeah,
Very British Coup.
yeah, yeah,
I must have seen it because it's my era where I would have been watching TV, but I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
I remember too much about it, to be quite honest.
No, I don't. I just remember the name. I do remember the name, definitely. But yeah. Uh, continued. It showed how the establishment, military, big business, etc., conspire to bring
Bring
the
new
new
governments
government
down.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. That very much so. Um, Mark Fletcher, crusty, well done cobs are soft, floppy bats. Oh God, crusty ones for me. The blacker the better. I don't like crusty ones as much.
I don't mind a crusty roll, right? But I have
Yeah,
to turn around and say I don't like them black. I don't like them like hard as rocks, like you could throw them and they'd bloody hurt if
yeah,
they hit you on the head, right?
yeah,
I like a soft roll because I like something like cheese and ham and I like it to melt,
yeah,
sort of like in
yeah,
your mouth. But a crusty roll, yeah, I like that with like a burger in it. I prefer if I go into a place to get a burger from, right, not
yeah,
McDonald's or anything like that. I mean
yeah,
a kebab place or something where they do a burger. I like them to put the roll on
yeah,
the fires, to toast it. I like it to be sort of like toasted. And I suppose that means
mm,
I like crusty rolls,
yeah,
really. I like French
yeah.
sticks. You buy a
Oh
French
yeah,
stick.
I do. Yeah, yeah. Fresh sticks,
Well, that's
nice.
crusty.
Yeah,
You see, that's crusty.
yeah. Oh, I like
So, yeah.
those. Yeah, yeah. Let's have a look. Next one we've got Steve's Gaming. Do either of you remember Parkin's Patch, a
Oh, God.
Yorkshire TV show from early 70s? I think. I don't remember Parkin's Patch.
If I
Do you
remember
remember that?
rightly, Parkin's Patch is a police show.
Oh. Hmm.
But it's, do you know what? I don't think it's repeated that
Yeah.
much. I believe it's like 1970 or 69.
Oh, right.
I don't think it
Yeah.
went beyond one season. It's not like it's Dixon of Dock Green. You know, it's not that well known. You know, it's Parkin's Patch. I think it's a.
Here we are. I'm coming up with it here.
Oh, are you?
Parkins Patch, 1969. You were right. 1969
All right.
drama, Yorkshire television production that aired on ITV from 1969 to 1970. So it only had one season. John Flanagan played PC Moss Parkin, a police constable on the North York moors. And I noticed it's on network. You probably can't see it very well, but
I can see
there
it.
is
All right.
the cover.
All right.
It's a
Yeah.
network title, which I bet isn't available. So it just had
Yeah.
one thing. It
Jim
says
Jam.
the series was filmed. Jim Jam would know in North York moors, as well as certain scenes shot in Leeds, including parts around the Farmill estate in Meanwood. Oh, Meanwood, right? Yeah. Well, there we are. It had to be network.
So what you have to
Right.
what you have to understand about Parkin's Patch, right, is did Thames Television give that to give to all the other ITV regions to show? Because that might have been a show that only was shown up north, because Thames Television
Yeah, that used to happen. Yeah.
wouldn't show that for London because it would be
Yeah.
too strong in accents and things like that.
Yeah.
People wouldn't understand it or would find it too quaint or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is I remember Parkin's Patch, I think, but I don't remember it being anything big.
Yeah.
And
Do you know
I was
you've just
remember I've been living most of my life in what they call Central or ATV.
Central. This is
area.
what we round here.
And we
I think
therefore
it's-
got lots of stuff from Scottish TV and
Yeah.
Southern TV. We did get
And
lots of
Yorkshire
cross.
TV and
We got lots.
Granada.
We got lots of
Yeah.
cross
Yeah.
stuff, but not everything would ever get across
Yeah.
to us. Do you see what I mean?
Do you know something? You've just thought it's just come into my head. I remember waiting ages to see Joe 90. It was
Yeah.
the one. It was one, and you know Yorkshire TV. I don't think hardly ever showed it. I remember looking in the schedules. It never came up. It may have come up years later. I don't know, but it never came up. Yet some regions would have been showing the whole run of Joe 90.
Yeah.
So they obviously had a choice. It wasn't imposed on them at all. You could show
Yeah.
what you wanted, apart from certain shows, probably like Coronation Street was shown and news at the same time. But the rest of your schedule, you could put whatever you wanted
Yeah, it's
in
down
those
to
schedules.
down to your local broadcaster on whether you watched it or not.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? You know, because that could
Because it
open
was
up lots of
I
possibilities.
think it was from Friday at 6 o'clock through to Sunday at 2 in the morning. It was all in the hands of Thames Television. So Thames Television took over the whole weekend.
Yeah.
But everything else, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and up till 6 o'clock on Friday was down to your broadcaster's own. So in other words,
what they decided.
You probably would get to see Man About the House, but it wouldn't be on a Wednesday. It'd be on a Tuesday in your district, and it'd be on a Thursday on somebody else's, and so forth.
But I was thinking Yorkshire TV must have bought Joe 90 like everybody else and decided that they didn't want to show it. Really, they must have just decided we're not going to show it until eventually they must have thought, oh, we'll just stick it in that slot there. A slot that was just vacant, just someone to fill it up, which is pretty bad if you're a maker of.
And this is one of the reasons why when I'm reminiscing about TV and all of that sort of stuff, I'm remembering more the BBC stuff because the BBC was controlled.
Of
It was
course,
basically
that's a big
everybody
difference.
saw it because
Yeah,
it didn't matter where you were, the BBC was showing,
yeah,
Blake
yeah,
Seven or Doctor Who or the Generation Game or any of
yeah,
that sort of stuff, right? At
yeah,
those particular times. But ITV was much more flexible. The
yeah,
A Team might be a show straight after the news for London and Central districts, but it might have been something like 7 o'clock
yeah,
for some
yeah,
other for some other channels. It's just that's how it worked. Really
yeah,
weird.
yeah,
So the adverts, of
yeah,
course, people remember because we equally watched as much ITV as BBC, but the
yeah,
adverts were universal. In other words,
yeah,
if they wanted to show a Cadbury's advert and they
yeah,
paid the money for that advert, it would be shown across the whole ITV network broadcasting system because
yeah,
they'd all paid for that slot.
yeah.
So there you go.
Right. Muckman Movies. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Major, sir, reporting.
Yep. Tony York. I have Parking's Patch on network DVD. It's a bit like a lower budget forerunner of Heartbeat. That's interesting. It had Gareth Thomas from Blake Seven as a detective. And by heck, it's set and filmed in God's own country. By heck, you can't say it better than that.
You can. It will be set in
Yes,
London, then I
it
might have
would be.
recognised it.
It'd be right grand, I'll tell you.
Now you see,
But that Gareth Thomas.
If that had been set in London, we'd all be talking about it. But unfortunately, it was up north, so no buggers seen it.
No,
There you are.
none of you buggers would want to show it, would you? You'd be saying, "No, we're not showing that. We can't understand it."
What's all this northern crap? What's all this northern shit? Come on, put the
they couldn't
London stuff on.
understand it. No idea. The blooming softy southerners. What can you say? By it. It's mostly heavy metal concerts I've been to, but one of the most entertaining concerts I ever been to was Gary, G, Christmas show in the early 90s. Obviously, nobody knew about him then. Yeah, I know he lived off that career before he got found out.
Of course he did. We don't. Yeah. You know the reason why we don't talk about him because he lived very close to where I live.
I'd rather not give
the town he was born in is very close to where I live. So.
I'd rather not give any discussion to him at all.
No,
terrible. When I think of what he was spending his earnings on, heavy metal was not mass appeal. Ian, I have a look at some of the stadiums Metallica are currently playing in.
No, I think Mark's saying heavy metal not mass appeal? Question mark.
Yeah, he's saying not mass appeal. But I'm saying at the time.
No, Ian. He's not. He's saying heavy metal not mass appeal? Question mark. In other words, I'm bewildered by that statement.
Yeah, yes, I see that. What I'm saying is now it might be different. I'm going back when, in the early years of metal, it didn't have a mass appeal. But Donington,
strong following.
Okay. Sorry, I was going to say about Donington became an important part through Kerrang and all that. The magazine, it did build up its own thing, but I'm not saying it didn't have the mass. It still was. It had a lot of people who did support, who followed it, but it was still considered. It wasn't mainstream. It was not considered mainstream at all. I think that's what I'm saying. And nowadays, it's got massive people go to these concerts. And Metallica, one of the great groups, absolute fantastic group, Metallica. Of course, they've got a massive following. Yeah.
Like I say, you know more about it than I do. I've always thought that Iron Maiden. I've always thought that that heavy metal was well thought of. It's just not it's just not for everybody. So when somebody turns around and says that You know, you know that they weren't well respected or liked. I'm flabbergasted by, because I always thought that everybody loved that music. I just don't. I thought I thought I was a minority of not. You know what I
mean? Yeah, it's an interesting way of how it developed. I think heavy metal, but that's quite a big subject about talking about how it developed. But I better not go on about that. Hey up, fellas. Ian and Delboy. If you want a good album to check out, listen to a group called Angel Witch from London. Their debut is good. $8.99 on CD from HNV. A double CD. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ought to write down some of these things. Hang on. So what's that called?
Angel Witch.
A group called Angel. Okay.
A group called Angel Witch, I think. That's what it's called.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'm writing it down. Carry on.
Right. Yeah, so I'll move on to the next one. Thank you for a recommendation on that.
Yeah. Brilliant. I've got it written down.
Yeah. And then Matt Fletcher, Angel Witch, one of my favorite, Flight 19, The Gorgon, that's a great title, Angel of Death, Confused, an album full of metal classics. Oh, that sounds good.
See, so I might like it. I don't know. I've listened to several metal tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not been totally for me, but I might like it. So I've written it down. I'll definitely give it a listen.
Angel Witch.
Yeah.
Axl Rose's voice is shot now. Yeah. God, I heard that for Guns N' Roses. It was awful. I saw the Guns N' Roses at the Download Festival a few years ago, and he was terrible. It's just continued. It's worse. I've seen him fairly. I think this year I saw him on TV. Well, I think wasn't they at Glastonbury, weren't they? They appeared at Glastonbury, Guns N' Roses. I'm sure they did. And his voice, it was, it's gone. As you said, is it surprising?
No. Well, you have to ask yourself, do they try and protect their own voices? And, you know.
He would have been doing what he did, smoking and drinking. And Yeah. I can imagine the zombie apocalypse. Everyone's scrounging for food except for Del. He'd be searching houses for steel books to boost his collection.
He's not far wrong.
Yeah, let's just have a look.
I'll be going. Where's that muckman live again? Where's that muckman live again? I get in my car, get round there a bit sharpish.
Through the Lens. Just
Josh.
Finished Suicide Squad 2016 with a friend, and it's horrendous. I needed a brain rot film to watch after the day I've had. Laugh out loud. Warner Brothers is the biggest villain of all. You know, I totally agree with you both. Get on with both of them.
That's because Warner Brothers really destroyed that film, I think, is what he's trying to get at. And I would say,
absolutely awful.
They did interfere with an awful lot of stuff. Suicide Squad, though, everybody went in there knowing it was a train wreck. I don't think anybody went in there thinking, "Oh, it might be quite good." I think everybody knew when they were going in. This is going to be pretty awful, and they were right, really.
Yeah, I was daft. I bought 4Ks of them both, but then I've sort of got rid of them. Got rid of them. Not in my collection anymore. I don't know why. I was a bit daft buying them. Dreadful films, but yeah. Stephen Moles, some more metal groups from the UK to check out. A to Z, Armageddon, Atomic Mass, Atomic Rooster, Atomic Craft, Babe Ruth. Oh, Babe Ruth. Battle Axe, Black Rose, Black Widow, Bleak House, Dickensian metal. Oops.
I was just thinking that's a
sounds
weird
good.
name to have as a band, isn't it? Babe Ruth. I mean, that's a baseball player from the 20s.
Yeah, that's right.
Babe Ruth.
And Bleak House, Charles Dickens goes heavy metal.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah,
Black Rose and Battle Axe sound like heavy metal bands. I don't know. They do sound like heavy metal bands. Battle Axe, yeah. There you
go. Blitzkrieg, Bronze, Edgar Bruton Band. Oh, I've heard of them. I've heard of Edgar. And Budgie, of course. Yeah, Budgie, I've heard of them. Chateau Cloven Hoof. I've not heard of them. Crushed Butler, Dead Ringer, Deep Machine, Demon. You've got to have a demon, don't you? The Deviants. Yes, Diamond Head. And I like this last one, Ethel the Frog.
Ethel the Frog.
That's a great one. You've got to love a group that's called Ethel.
Sounds like a children's TV program. I mean, what band do you play for? Ethel the Frog. All right.
I know, it's so
shit.
Well, they might be brilliant. I'm sure Stephen can tell us about how good they are. What a name. I like it. Mark Fletcher, Del, you may like the band Nightwish. They are classed as symphonic metal. Here we are. That's interesting. I love that term. Fantastic, classically inspired music with operatic style vocals. Oh, I'm in. I love operatic style vocals. Check out their live stuff. It's incredible. That's got me really interested. Nightwish.
Well, I've written it down.
I love that. When you said operatic vocals with metal, wow, I'm in. I am definitely in. Nightwish. I'll check that out.
I've written it down. There you go.
Yeah.
Anybody that tells me something's good, I'll write it down and have a look. And the thing I like about this is that although it's been a bit of a mad week for me, I do like to take things away and then come back and say, Mark, thanks very much for getting me in touch with something called Nightwish. I listened to it and I can give back.
Definitely check them out.
The most fun I've ever had out of this whole stream that I do with you, Ian, is when somebody mentioned Biggles and I did that review of Biggles.
Yes, exactly.
It came out of this particular conversation. And it enabled me to do something fun that and then obviously mention the people that that suggested it to me. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying I want people to say, "Oh, Del, can you watch this and then give me your opinion, please?" Because I don't want to let anybody down. But it was just one of those ones that the stars sort of aligned, and I just managed to get it done in that week. You know what I mean? It's just So, and I still haven't got Doc Savage, the bastards. So,
still up, isn't it?
25 quid is just too much for that film.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen very, very, very quickly for me, unfortunately.
Let's have a look here. Next one. Stephen Moles, Crushed Butler. Really? Oh. Cauldron of Stardust. I actually do like. Oh yeah, the Yes album gets into an interesting period. This called Drama. This one from 1980 with Bugle members Jeff Downes on keyboards and Trevor Horn on vocals. But it would have been better served not released under the Yes name. I totally agree. I mean, I haven't got that. I didn't.
I know Jeff Downes and Trevor Horn and the Buggles. Yeah, I mean,
again, there's no. You need John Anderson. You've got to have him.
I'll tell you another favorite era of mine. You know when Kenny Everett had his television show.
Oh yes, yeah.
He used to introduce acts, didn't he? On then. but it'd play music that was not really contemporary, if you see what I mean. There'd be
Yeah,
very symphonic or very
yeah,
synthy or in their nature, you know. Um, and that to me was what I really loved. I like listening to tracks like that. You know, he'd have somebody on sometimes. I'm not saying this is a good thing, but he'd have someone on
mm,
like what's that bloke's name? And everybody suddenly started raving about this bloke, and I'd never even heard of him.
oh,
Right? It was
I don't
B.A.
know.
Robinson.
Oh yeah, B.A. Robert. Yes,
Right?
yeah,
So he would come on in his 70s show doing ITV stuff with Captain Kremen and all of those sketches and
yeah,
all that stuff.
yeah,
It'd have people on like David Essex and all of this and Queen and all
yeah,
of that sort of stuff. But then it'd bring on a band and they'd be singing, and it'd be people like B.A. Robinson. It's like, I'm supposed to know who you are, but I've never heard of you in my life.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Right. And I'd listen to that music and I'd go, nah, not for me. But why is it that he's
yeah,
introducing him like I'm supposed to have known him for the last 5 years? Uh,
yeah.
I haven't got a clue, right? But you
I'm
know
trying to
how he,
think if
you know how
it's
he used to sample things out of tracks, you know, like that. Right,
oh, oh, okay,
that was from a track, and I instantly wanted to know what track that was.
yeah,
And there was no internet back then, so it was like,
yeah,
how the hell do you
no,
tell
yeah,
the record guy that you saw some on TV? And it
yeah,
goes, right.
yeah,
Do you see what I mean? And then
yeah.
later on in
That's
life,
true.
people will be going,
Yeah,
you can't even record that and get it from Spotify or something. So
yeah.
what
I
are you
know
on
the
about?
days before internet. Wow. Oh yeah. It's like when when you watch films and you can't believe, you think to yourself, how did people survive without a mobile phone? Somebody's
Yeah,
trapped in somewhere, and you're thinking, oh, just get your phone out. Your car's broke down. Oh, you can't. They didn't have them then. Yeah.
no, you had to walk down. You had to walk down the side of the motorway looking for the next phone box, which would have been 250 yards because they were like there was supposed to be a phone every 250
Yeah.
yards or something. And then you'd get to it and you'd
Yeah.
find it had been destroyed or broken, and then you'd have to walk another
Yeah. Yeah.
250 yards to get to
Yeah.
the next one. Yeah,
That used to be the same of the red telephone boxes. None of them worked hardly. They were all vandalized, weren't they? I remember them.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
do you remember?
then they changed all the phone box to phone cards, and then you
Oh,
didn't
the
have a
phone
card on
card.
you. Then you didn't
Yes.
have a card on you.
Yeah,
It was
that
like
was yeah,
bloody
you were
hell.
up the Swanee there. Uh um let's see. We've got Steve Moss, Mark Fletcher. Yeah, there's uh, a good group, Mark. You want to check them out, right? Um,
Oh,
One of my
Nazareth.
favorite groups is Nazareth. Now I know Nazareth.
I've heard of
Yeah,
Nazareth.
Nazareth.
I've heard of Nazareth.
Nazareth
But never
are a
heard.
great group. I don't know if they're still going, but I remember them in the 70s. They did a brilliant cover of Joni Mitchell's song, I think, called "This Flight Tonight," which was
Yeah,
it was a big hit record. It
I
was
think the reason
brilliant,
I think
absolutely brilliant.
the reason I know something like a band called Nazareth is because it's about the time that War of the Worlds was coming out. You see what I mean? They would have been
Oh right,
around. They would have been
yeah,
around that period, 77, 78,
yeah,
79, somewhere around there. The name Nazareth rings a bell. Just like when somebody
yeah.
says
Oh yeah, yeah,
Jeff Lynne and you go Thin Lizzy and you go, oh right, yeah, I know that
yeah,
because they were on
yeah,
the War of the Worlds album, and then you've got the
yeah,
Moody Blues, and you go, oh well, I remember the Moody Blues because they're on the War of the Worlds
yeah,
album. You know, it was it was pretty much every if something was connected to War of the Worlds, I sort of knew the other bands that were around me, or if it sounded similar. You know, like do you remember when War of the Worlds came out? There would have been a load of albums come out called Hooked on Classics. and it would be
Oh yeah, I
it would
remember the
be it
Hooked
would
on
be
Classic.
Rolling
Yeah.
Stone numbers played to the orchestra or something, or
That's right.
you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
they
And
were right.
and I'd be listening to all of that stuff, and I'd be going, "Wow, that sounds so much good." I'm listening to Brown Sugar, and it's with an
Yeah,
orchestra, and
yeah, I remember those. Yeah. Yeah, now that Nazareth were a good band, very good. But that
yeah,
song, I remember getting it on single. And you know, you used to keep playing singles over and over
yeah.
again and never got tired of it. You just
No,
kept playing it and
and
playing
my
it.
mum would be shouting up saying, "Your that needle will run out. That needle will
Yeah, yes,
wear out if you keep playing that."
yeah, they did. Uh, um, Steve Mills, I thought you were just copying a list of new wave of British heavy metal bands and threw that one in to test me out. I will look them up. Yep. Uh, Cauldron of Stardust. My mum and I saw John Anderson solo in concert. Interesting. It was literally just him. No backing band, no pre-recorded music, just him playing something. A piano one song, a drumstick dulcimer the next, and singing. Ah, um, best concert I've ever seen. Well, if he can do that, it shows that he's a very talented man. If he
Yeah,
can do that and get your attention and the audience's attention just by doing that, being stripped down, if you want to put it in that terms, then
yeah.
that's amazing. That
Remember,
is
there
absolutely
was a lot
amazing.
of bands that did that in Russia, didn't they? I mean, Elton John went over to Russia, and he took two people with him, himself and one other.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Ray. Was it Ray?
Ray
What was it?
Cooper.
Ray Cooper,
Was
wasn't
it
it?
Ray Cooper?
He did all the
Yeah,
percussion stuff, didn't he? So
that's right. I
yeah,
remember that. Yeah, yeah.
and he went and did a great big massive concert with just those two on the stage. It's like
Fantastic.
you'd hardly think about it. You know what I mean? It's like, how
When
the
an
hell's that
artist
going to
can
work?
do that, it's very good. It shows they've got the confidence, they've got the talent that they can do that. They don't need to hide behind anything. They've got the
Yeah,
talent to do that. Um, Matt Fletcher, that's it. Um, I'm dusting my home theatre and movie memorabilia while I listen to you both waffling on. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. You're not dusting any steel books, are you, by any chance?
oh
Because
yeah. Well,
somebody
he better
might be
clean. He better
interested in.
clean them before I nick them, because I don't want to clean them afterwards, do I?
Yeah.
I don't want. I don't
Uh,
want dirt. I don't want greasy marked steel books. I want them clean before I
yeah,
nick them. Yeah.
he likes big baps.
Well, don't we
Who
all?
make it.
If only that could happen for me. I like a big
Yeah,
bat. Yeah,
big man. Yeah.
I like big bats. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, um, Matt Fletcher, their music is a cross between metal and punk. Oh, right. That sounds good. Uh, Muckman says he remembers Parkin's Batch.
Yeah, he's
Um,
got it parking
what my
snatch though.
movies? Elvira. Oh yeah, she's got big paps, as they might say. Elvira.
Yes, she has.
Yeah.
What's her name? Something Patterson, isn't it?
uh,
Clarissa Patterson or something. I've forgotten her name.
yeah.
She's in her 70s now, isn't
That
she?
was
I mean, she must be.
yeah. then, and then Muckman movies. Meanwood has improved so much in recent years, has it? Lots of great eateries and craft ale bars. Oh, so it's gone up in the world from what
Oh,
it was. As
Does
a
he
lot of
live?
these places are.
Does he live near you then?
Um, do you know? He seems to know Leeds quite a bit, so I don't know whereabouts, but and that's a particular area. Yeah, I think he probably does. You know, that. Um, Stephen Moles, Eruption by Eddie Van Halen is amazing. 13 minutes of awesomeness. great guitarist. What can I
Yeah.
say? Brilliant. Eruption isn't 13 minutes long, says Mark Fletcher. Oh, uh, Mark Fletcher, it is. You watch the live version. There's not a discussion going on there. Spectrum. Oh, this is one at 4E4. Not sure if Ian needs English lessons or some glasses, but mate, you're getting so many words wrong tonight. Probably better than I do, though. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Yeah.
I have to say, Spectrum. I tell you what, it's so difficult sometimes to read what people have put and adapt it, because even some people get their spelling wrong. They're writing it quick. Autocorrect is on some of the people's phones, all sorts of stuff. But we have to read it, as a person who controls the environment, like Ian is tonight, and I would on my own channel. It's you're under so much stress, to get it right, that you don't want to offend anybody, that you try to read it at a speed, but you tend to go too slow or too fast or whatever. I've got it wrong countless times, and I tell you what, Ian does a pretty darn good job. Just like you say, look, probably better than I'd do. If you ever do have a try at doing it, it is difficult, I tell you.
There is one thing I do find is when I first put it on, my eyes have to adjust to the screen. So it's a bit blurred when I first start. And then now it's very sharp. Your eyes just sort of have to adjust, don't they?
It's adaptation. Yeah. But it's a very nice comment. It's a very nice comment that you've made, Spectrum. I mean, so probably better than I'd do. And I tell you, that's very true. I thought that I could do it, and the first time that I did it, I cocked it up big time. It was like bloody awful. Really is.
But you just get used to doing it, and just get on it. That's all you can do, and enjoy it.
You get comfortable with it.
Yeah. It's like, I remember when my first ever live, was invited on by Play Tendo guy, who's a great, you know him as well, and I went on there and I was pretty terrified. And same at the same time, I'd also been invited by Matt V Movies as well. He's a great guy, very calm, chilled man, and encouraging. And he was. I was the same there. But once you've done it a few times, it becomes so much easier.
Yeah,
definitely so much easier. But when you first do it, it's do you know what I do? And I think Delboy gets this. You kind of forget that there's people watching. It's like us two just in a pub talking over and just going through these questions, and you're all around and just popping in these questions, and that's how you have to kind of look at it. And then it's not, and then it makes it easier, doesn't it, to do? You just say what comes into your mind. Yeah.
The thing I look forward to on a Wednesday is me thinking that I'm down the pub talking to you, and that there's all these other people that are sort of like in the fringe listening to what we're talking about. And then having a chat. It really does sort of like make my warm me up to think that's how I look at it. You know what I mean? So
and sometimes you just say what comes into your mind, and it may be sometimes it's not right, it's not wrong, but you kind of get relaxed into a situation, and it just sort of builds up like that. So we're never going to be 100% perfect, but that's how you are in a pub anyhow. You say things, you think, oh, actually I might be wrong when I said that, it's not this, but you just say that's how more relaxed you feel when you do that.
Like I said, perfect example was that driven thing earlier. Was that driven thing earlier on? It was a memory. I remember. Then suddenly it turned into a discussion, and I got it arse about face on just about everything. And I'm going, well, I was the one who brought it up.
Yeah. Well, there you are.
That put me in my place, doesn't it? Really? There you go.
Cauldron of Stardust says at Spectrum 44, it happens. Yeah. And Spectrum 44 says, yup. And Mark Fletcher says, Stephen Moore's Heart. Okay, the live version is longer. Oh, yeah, you know about that track, yeah. Tony Hawk, have you seen that Kino Lorber are releasing Scars of Dracula on 4K? Really? Won't be for me, as I've only relatively recently completed the Hammer Films release on Blu-ray. Yeah, same way. Or DVD, if not available on Blu-ray. I agree. I wouldn't upscale. It'd be very expensive, and
Yeah,
you know, I think the Blu-ray is efficient. It's enough.
It's that news article I think came from Mondo tonight.
Yeah. But if
he had to mention the choice. He just said Scars of Dracula. It sounds like a very unusual choice to bring out because it's not the first one, it's not the last one.
Yeah.
Why they've chosen that one, not sure, but it is a Studio Canal, and they usually do very good transfers. He was talking very highly of it. And
I would have thought the obvious releases would be the first Dracula film. I think it's that 1957, 58, or perhaps in many ways the best one, which is the 1966 Dracula Prince of Darkness, where they kind of revamped it, and he came back. Did
well, actually, he actually said he thought Scars of Dracula was actually the next reboot. That went on then to be Dracula AD 1972, and then the Satanic Rites of Dracula.
Yeah.
And if you look at those sort of three films, you can see that they're very close to each other compared to that they're a league away from 1958. Version of Dracula. My opinion of it is that it could be licensing because if you think about it, Hammer had to keep changing distributors, and I don't know quite who.
That's right. That's happened on releases. Yeah.
So Scars of Dracula
that
might be an easier one to get the negative of and change it to 4K compared to trying to get something like the Gorgon or something like that, you know?
Yeah. And I think that is going to be quite expensive, isn't it? If you can't get it in this country, it's going to be extremely expensive.
But all I got to say about that, Tony, thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me. And like I say, Mondo brought out that news tonight, and I'm, I just as soon as it came up, I went, "Oh, Hammer 4K!" I had to listen. So I mean, that's when somebody like Mondo brings out a piece of news like that, you sort of prick up your ears a little bit and go, "Wow." And then think about, and then you expand your mind into, if that actually succeeds, just think how far away we are from getting a full collection of something, in 4K. Wouldn't that just be lovely, So I mean, I'm thankful for Mondo to bring that news out. It was very welcome news.
Yes,
If it's done correctly. Like anybody, it's like, well, I'm trying to get my 4K, my Blu-ray collection up together. So, quite rightly, you've said, Ian, I don't think I'm really interested in the 4K because I'm trying to get them on Blu-ray at the moment, and it's hard enough getting those. But I do like to look at the future and go, hey, but if somebody is doing 4K and they're available to buy, then do it. You know what I mean? If it's a film that you want in 4K, get it. You don't have to have them all in 4K. You might just select one.
Be selective, That's how I work, really. That's why I've got to work. When you just work on necessity and how it is.
Yeah, it's that FOMO again. It's that
you're
missing out. I look at it like this. If I wish I'd have stuck to my guns a little bit when it came to steelbooks. I was going to buy steelbooks only for the ones that I wanted the executive edition version of, right? Not to buy every film then that ever came out on steelbook, which is what it ended up being. So I should really have 80% of my collection in just plastic cases. with 20% of them in steelbook, right? But it
Yeah.
ended up being 800 odd bloody steelbooks. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
boxes that can't handle the weight of them because they're so bloody heavy.
Yeah.
They're made of
Yeah.
steel. You know, what do you expect? So yeah,
Yeah.
that's fear of missing out. That's
Yeah.
typical
That is.
FOMO.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not at that level. So, but I dare say, in a few years' time, I may go like that. But you work within your means, and that's how it is.
Yeah.
But so I don't have that problem. Um, Muckman Movies. Have you seen Sound of Metal? Ritz Ahmed plays a drummer in a metal band who is losing his hearing. Great film with fantastic sound design and a brilliant performance by Riz Ahmed. I've not heard of that film, but that's an interesting concept, about loss of hearing. Definitely.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only one that really springs to mind when it comes to music that I've listened to just recently was that film Whiplash, which I thought
Yeah,
was brilliant.
yeah,
So Sound of Metal, that sounds like an interesting story, but I might not have. It might have sort of like run
mm,
past me because it says Sound of Metal, and I'm not a big metalhead. Do you see what I mean? So the actual very
yeah,
title might have made me miss out on watching that. I can tell you now, I haven't seen it, but I definitely would give it a watch. A watch. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Stephen Wells. I was watching The Fly with the Wind video by Saxon. Still think the lead singer looks like Jay Leno with a wig. That's a great
I've got images now of
description.
Jay Leno with a wig. Bloody
Yeah.
hell!
It's a lovely image, isn't it? Yeah.
Good
Uh,
God.
Ride. He
That's enough
said
to put
that.
you off
Yeah.
your soup. That is bloody hell.
Yeah. Ride with the Wind. Yeah. Um, Mark Fletcher. There was a rumor about Bifford, singer of Saxon, that said he had false teeth and had a special set just for singing. Oh, interesting. Apparently, the other set just weren't good enough. That's an interesting idea, actually. Of the effect of the voice of the sound with your false teeth. That's interesting.
Hmm.
Uh, Mark Fletcher.
Yeah.
Cassandra Peterson. There you are,
Yeah, I
Elvira.
wasn't far off, was
Yeah,
I? I said, is it
you were right.
Cassandra?
Spot on, lad. Really. Yes, I'm a loiner. I'm proud of it. Uh-huh.
Pretty good.
Uh, Talking about Elvira, I must buy 2 melons in the morning. Yeah, I wonder what gave you that idea.
That's terrible. Yeah, I need a couple of boiled eggs in the morning. I think I'll put a couple on.
Oh,
Yeah,
baps. Yeah, with some baps. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
baps.
This is turning into Carry On, Ian and Del. Yeah, well, we have to have a bit, you got to have a bit of carry on, haven't you?
I wish I was as funny as a Carry On film. I really do.
uh, Spectrum 44. Can I ask, the first time you bought a video recorder, what was the first film you watched on it? Do you remember? I do. I saw Space Hunter Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. Really bad, by the way. That's a very good question.
It's one that I've actually been asked before.
Uh,
It's one of those things where I said that this was really, really back in the early days because you're talking about 82 and even earlier.
yeah,
And video
yeah,
stores were just about breaking out. That's because you could get a video recorder for about a year from Rumbelows as a rental thing. To buy them cost an absolute fortune. They were like £500 each, and not a lot of people had
yeah,
that sort of money. So the very first video that we ever got, I remember, was my dad bringing back a pirate copy from the factory, because we weren't registered to rent videos yet from the video store, so we didn't have anything to try it on, you know. And I think my dad brought back a pirate copy of E.T., if I remember rightly. So it wouldn't have been a proper rental film that we first saw on our video recorder. It would have been a pirate film, which is ironic, really, when you think about it, because piracy is what they reckon kills the film industry. But it was a pirate film. It was a pirate copy of E.T. that was the first thing I saw on a video recorder. So very strange that. But I'm pretty sure E.T. would have been the first thing I think was on our video recorder.
I remember that well. I think E.T. was definitely an early one that.
That or Close Encounters of the Third Kind was a pirate video that we saw. So was Rocky 3. Yeah. Rocky 3 was well pirated. I remember that.
I remember that there was a bloke in the market. I don't know how he got away with it. I'm surprised Trading Standards or something didn't move in. And he was selling all these videos on his stall, and they were all Walt Disney ones. And we knew for a fact that Walt Disney hadn't released any at that time, and they were all Walt Disney, and they were clearly pirate ones. And we took a chance. We thought, oh, God, we'll get one. They weren't that much. They didn't cost that much, really. It was relatively. So we brought it up. And God, the quality was rubbish. It was
I remember
watchable.
I remember those days really of going being in Manchester, and we went to markets, and there was always a guy there selling pirated films or pirated games, and they were always like one for a £5 or 3 for a £10. And all of this sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And they'd all be printed on with HP printer ink in a crappy case or whatever it was, right? And they not necessarily would the game have a label on the disc itself. It would just be written in biro or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
I remember those days. I never really did much with the films. The games I did. I bought games.
Mine was all films.
When it came to the films, I knew that there'd be blurry with some subtitles that you couldn't get rid of.
Yes,
that would just annoy me.
They were awful.
They would just annoy me if I got them home, and I'd rather watch it at the cinema than I would watch this blurry camcorder crap.
But what is interesting is the pirate copy of E.T. I think was better. It was a bit more improvement. It wasn't brilliant, but it was better than those market ones.
It was.
It was definitely better than the market ones, which were rubbish.
Is the market ones, like I said, I don't know how they got away with it. There was bloody subtitles at the bottom with weird in a weird language. It was something like, I don't know, Norway or whatever it was. I have no bloody idea. The colours were all washing out, and it was always wide. It was always widescreen, but it was so widescreen that it was half the time it was camcorder with some bloke that would be getting out of their seat to go get their popcorn and all that kind of shit. And the sound was atrocious. The sound was atrocious in them.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. How didn't they get stopped by these? They must have known the trading standards.
Then I found out where these people got them from, which was basically news groups and torrents, right?
Yeah.
And I understood what they meant, because whenever you saw the title that said Telesync, right, I understood. Oh, right, okay. So this is a recording where the camera's been pointing at a telly, and it's synced with the sound. So that's what Telesync stands for, does it? Right? And then there'd be ones that say HD cam. And I knew straight away that that's somebody with a HD camera inside the cinema.
Yeah.
HD cam. Right? And
Yeah.
I started to understand that as the weeks went on, a better quality version would come up, and it would be not called telesync. It would be, you know, called, something else. I forgot what all the terminologies were, but I just
Yeah.
remembered, oh, just leave it 2 weeks and there'll be a bloody greater version than this piece of shit. And I just had to
Yeah.
wait, really, and then a
Yeah.
good one would come along. So
Yeah. I, there weren't anything to look fondly back on nostalgically at all. They were awful. They were just rubbish. Somebody was making money out of them. But yeah. So so the first film I watched, let's see, yeah, I think the first film I ever watched, which was probably from some rental shop. I had actually seen it before. I loved it at somebody else's house, but we got it again. It would be Dirty Harry on a
yeah,
rental. I think that was the first proper film. And the first videos that I bought were Revenge of the Cyberman and The Fog. They were ones that you could buy. I got them, but yeah, I think Dirty Harry would have been the first one, which
yeah,
was probably a lot of people rented that. It must
yeah.
have
A
been a
lot.
very popular
I think a lot of
title.
people. I think a lot of people would say Jaws. I think a lot of people
Yeah.
would
Oh,
say.
yeah. Of course.
I think a lot
Yeah.
of people would say Grease. It all depends on the type of person
Yeah.
that you are. You got to remember that Alien was 1979 and the video recorders craze was 82 onwards. So
Yeah.
Alien would
Yeah.
be very early in your all right, I'm gonna watch
Yeah.
this type thing.
Yeah.
And that's how films became popular. The sell-through market was 84, 85 onwards, really.
Yeah, that's all. As soon
Um,
as I saw them, I wanted to buy them. There was an immediate wanting to collect films
yeah.
that you could own, and
But
that
I
was
I
straight
rem
away. As
I
soon
re
as I
I
saw them, I
the
thought I've got
biggest
to have
the,
them.
the
I've got
biggest
to buy them.
excite the biggest excitement I ever had, the biggest excitement of sell-through video that I ever had was when Fox suddenly advertised that they were bringing out a range of films that were in widescreen.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And
Yep,
they said,
I remember that.
he
Yeah,
said, you think you know this film, and then
yep,
suddenly the whole screen would go, well, now you can watch it in full CinemaScope, and you went, wow, look at all them bloody TIE fighters and everything on it. It was like the
yep,
Star Wars is widescreen. There was Die Hard, that was one of the early widescreen ones. There was, and I was
yeah.
going, I can't
They
wait.
were
I'm gonna have
fantastic. They
every
were
single one of these.
wonderful. That was exciting. Exciting times, definitely. But because you're more in line with the sort of blockbuster era, whereas I'm before that, and it was basically just corner shops or
That's me.
independent kind of
Hang on, Ian.
blokes
No,
who
that's me.
did these.
That's me. No,
Yeah.
that's me. I was the corner shop.
Oh
I
right. Yeah.
Blockbusters was
Yeah.
was something I never even joined because we had a local video store
All
that was
right.
competing with
Yeah. Yeah.
Blockbusters, and they were
Yeah. That's how ours were. Yeah.
he was much easier to deal with than Blockbusters. Blockbusters wanted you
Yeah.
to join their insurance program, all of this.
Oh
If I
right.
went, if I went into because I knew the manager behind our video store in my town, I
Yeah.
said, "Look, do I really have to do the insurance thing? Look, I have got a video recorder. If it snaps, I'd be mortified." But he said, "Well,
Yeah.
look, it's just that the tapes cost 80 quid." And I went, yeah, but you
Yeah.
know me, I'm not, I'm only going to rent out probably the
Yeah.
ones that come out the same week once or
Yeah.
twice. Really, I want to buy, I really want to rent all your old stuff that's going around here. That's the
Yeah.
stuff I'm
Yeah.
interested in. I want to get
Yeah.
things like Cocoon out. I'm not interested
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
the latest thing that's come out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I never had to pay for the insurance, and I never had a tape snap in my machine either. So I must have been very,
Yeah.
very lucky. But I can imagine,
Yeah.
yeah, that they're 80 quid each, these things.
It's a
But
lot of money. A lot of money. Yeah.
he used to order like 15 copies of the film, for the first
Yeah.
week, right? and then after about 3 weeks, they'd be knocked down to a price that was like sell through, like 12
Yes.
quid, 14,
Yeah.
15 quid. And then
Yeah.
by the time the film had about 3 months, you could pick it up literally for about 3 or 4 quid because the picture quality had been degraded so much because of the
It
amount of
was
times
pretty
it's been
bad
watched.
then. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you knew that you were buying the big box version because the sell-through version would be just the same size as the tape virtually, but the
Yes.
the one
Yeah.
that you were
Yeah.
buying was the sell-through one with a big artwork on it, a big white
Yeah.
case and
Yeah.
all of that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Do you remember was it Warner Brothers who had these big ones? But you could buy some of them on sell through. I remember
Yeah, yeah.
buying Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, which I wish it's a regret that I haven't got that. I would have kept that. I should have
That
kept
was a
it.
white case, if
And
I
that was
remember
on one of them
rightly.
big Warner Brothers
Yeah,
ones.
it was a white case, if I
That you
remember.
got.
I think that was a white
Yeah.
molded case with a blue inner, a blue liner. You know, the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang was blue.
Yeah. It was.
It's what set it off with the white.
It was
plastic.
wonderful, but yeah. Oh well. Right. Mark Fletcher. I could just see these two in a carry-on film. So in a caravan of all the birds. Yeah. Nice.
Hey, Sid James's laugh. Go.
Yeah, have you seen? This is Tony. Tony York says, "Have you seen many British B movies?" I've been watching quite a few recently. Some are on network, of course, yeah, or a DVD label called Strawberry Media. Oh, or a now defunct DVD label, Odeon Entertainment. And then, where's the next bit? Oh, yeah,
That's
down here. Sorry, it's
another
come to
3 down on it.
yeah. They're mainly from the 50s and 60s and generally thrillers, crime themes. Considering the low budgets, I find them very enjoyable. Just goes to show you don't need huge budgets. No, I think that's very true. I think
Yeah.
it's so
I don't know
true.
whether I've seen many British B movies. I've seen lots of B movies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know whether they were necessarily British or American. I've seen, what did I see the other day? I saw the Illustrated
Sorry,
Man.
I'll just have to go. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
That's all right. I was going
You
to say,
carry on.
the film I saw the other day was The Illustrated Man. A bloke with a tattoo all over it that told stories or something. But I've seen things like The Man with X-Ray Eyes and Attack of the 50-Foot Women and Battle Beyond the Stars is considered a B movie, but that's American for definite. The Incredible Shrinking Man, that's a B movie. Kingdom of the Spiders, that's a B movie. Wasn't Joan Collins in one of those ant films? You know, a film where giant ants were attacking a holiday camp or something like that. Joan Collins was in one of those. Phase 4 was never a B movie, but I like Phase 4. Yeah. I'm not quite sure where else to go with this because I'm not quite sure how many British B movies I've seen, but I must have seen a lot. You know. I hope Tony comes back because I've run out of things to say, really. Other than my mum's okay. I had to go. Thank you very much for bearing with me at 9 o'clock because I had to go and make sure she'd got her eardrops in. She didn't want to go to bed. So when Tony comes back, I might just check and see if she's gone to bed now because it's like 11 o'clock at night. I hope she has. I hope I don't find her at the bottom of the stairs or something. But my mum, yeah, she's not a well lady. And I'm spending all of my holiday time looking after her at the moment. And I'm going to try and do some film capsule reviews this week, see if I can get some stuff out there for you guys. I'm not quite sure what films to watch at the moment and do a little retrospective on, but I hope it's one that you guys would enjoy. I might do some more statues, get those recorded because they're quite easy for me to do. All I know is that I like it when you guys comment back. I've just been saying, Ian. I've just
Yeah.
asked the question as best I can. I'm just going to see if my mum's now gone to bed. So if you don't mind,
Okay.
you just
I'll carry on then with next question.
I'll,
See you in
I'll
a
just
bit then.
I'll just hit the stop cam for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So we'll continue. Next one. Steve Moles. At Matt Fletcher. Oh yeah. Tony York. On the subject of carry-ons, which characters would you consider yourself to be most like out of the films? Blummy neck. Oh, wait. Now, which film characters? Crikey. Mm, 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 mm. I can't say Sid James. Would you love to say Sid James? Oh, Kenneth Connor. Maybe Kenneth Connor. No, I don't know. I don't know. Out of all the films, I'd like to think Sid James, because you take Sid James as a character, the way he plays, he's always having a laugh, he's always having a good time, and surely that's an important thing. And he's always um, he's funny. He makes people laugh just by being himself, and that's great. And you can't really argue with that, can you? All those characters that he's played in all the Carry On films and all that he did. I mean, he was a tremendous actor, really. All the, and of course going on to the TV series as I did, and all before that as well. With Tony Hancock and but if it were down to the Carry On films, it would be, I think, anything that he played in the films, Sid James, because he was always looked like he was having fun, and surely that's something that's really good to see. I can't think of any other characters. I mean, they're all in their own way. I'm certainly not with Kenneth Williams is obviously having a lot of fun. But yeah, there's something about that infectious laugh that you can't help but love with Sid James. And all those Carry On films that he appeared in. He appeared in quite a lot, didn't he? Right. Let's see. I think it's which one? He's not in the very first one, is he, Sid James? I think it's in the. I know it's Carry On Constable where he makes his debut as the sergeant in the black and white ones. Yeah, Carry On Constable, which is actually quite an enjoyable film from one of the early ones. But then he was just tremendous in them. What a gifted actor he was. I say he played in straight roles as well before that, and his success in Bless This House, and that was fantastic. But yeah, I like him because he's always, as I say, always cheerful, and he's always his character. He makes people laugh. So that's I would consider I'd like to be out of all the Carry On films. So thank you. Delboy is back. So do you want to look at that question?
On the subject of Carry Ons, which characters would you consider yourself to be most like out of the films? Well, I always wanted to be Sid James, but that's a
Yeah.
simple one, isn't it? But I think
Yeah.
I was probably more like Peter Butterworth.
Ah, yeah. Mm.
I can imagine me going, how much to put those clotheslines up? Panned. Mr. Fiddler. Something like that. But I
Oh,
mean, if
yeah,
anything,
yeah, a pound.
panned.
Everything was a pound.
I mean, I've only ever bought this book for one other person, but if anybody wants to really know about the carry-ons, this is the best one. It's the complete A to Z of everything carry-on, probably out of
Oh,
print then.
yeah.
But it's a beautiful book. I mean, it goes on with all of them, like carry-on camping and
Yeah. Yeah.
synopsis and the script and how much money it cost and all of that sort of stuff. The whole scripts to two whole carry-ons are in this book as well.
Oh,
That is a beautiful book. It's
a real
called The
gem.
Complete A to Z
Yeah.
of Everything Carry On.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolute gorgeous book. Yeah, definite. And if anybody wants a Laurel and Hardy book, that's the one. Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Magic Behind the Movies, which also is, I think, the name of the DVD I bought, which was a 2-hour documentary on Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah.
That's an absolute brilliant book. It's like a lot of things. This is my favorite book that I read and I have by the side of my bed all the time. It's the Twilight Zone Companion.
All right. Yeah.
Absolute gorgeous book. Every single episode has been dissected, and it talks about how whether how Rod Serling came up with the idea, and the forward in it is very, very interesting. Actually, it starts off with what people have got to remember when they look back at the Twilight Zone. It was a series that nobody wanted to buy. Nobody wanted to make that series. It was always at the end of each season going to be cancelled. It was a nightmare to keep trying to get the studios to keep it green lit for another season, and it just got to the 5th season and they just went nah. And yet we now look at it as that's absolute gold television to watch.
Yeah,
and it's amazing. I think Star Trek is another series where it was just always on the fringe of being cancelled.
it was. Yeah,
all of a sudden it's like, wow. Why did we look at those things like as we did? I mean, The Outer Limits, it was only 2 seasons back in the 50s and 60s. When it came back in the 90s, it went on for about 8 seasons, and there was 26 episodes per season. It was like, wow.
I know.
What is it about old TV that basically they were so nervous about buying or producing and bringing them out? And yet I would still say it was the most versatile time to actually watch something. I mean, the amount of times that I've watched things like The Streets of San Francisco or The Invaders or The Fugitive, and it was
The Fugitive.
and you'd think to yourself, well, what was it about those that made those keep going for quite a few years? But something like The Twilight Zone was on the fringe of being cancelled all the time. Why? What is it? And it's very hard to find a book that actually tells you the reason. That book, The Twilight Zone, there tells you the reason why it was going to be cancelled. It was put in terrible time slots. People didn't understand the concept of it. It was all the stuff that was going on in the news that felt that the stories were too close to propaganda. And all of that sort of stuff. And so we have to really, when people start talking about their favorite TV shows and they keep bringing up Game of Thrones, I have to turn around and say, that's a safe bet. If you want to see a good TV show, watch a black and white film or a black and white TV series from back then. The quality of Alfred Hitchcock Presents and all of those.
And loads of episodes.
The reasons those stay in your mind is because if you look at the quality of it over the whole, it so far surpasses anything that you've seen now. The Walking Dead was boring for so many seasons, and it was like the only reason that they're doing it is because zombies are big. It wasn't about the quality really of the writing. There's some standout stuff. Don't get me wrong, but
they've started to run out of ideas. That's it.
Now
That's
I'm so if they say, oh, the next big thing is a zombie, I'm going, oh, not zombies again, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know, when are you going to start going a bit beyond zombies, right? You know, I mean, there are other. I mean, where's the excitement of the whole world being taken over by triffids? I mean, that's what I want. I want, you know, coming out all the time. People eating flesh and that. A flesh-eating bloody plant coming out. Scares me more than bloody that. That's how you know.
Definitely.
Where's the excitement of that?
It's true.
That's what I go on. So when people are saying, "What's your favorite TV show of all time?" I'm always going to turn around and say The Twilight Zone, like that. Yeah. And some people will look at me strange and go, "What? That's better than Game of Thrones?" Yeah, too bloody right, it's better than Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
Game of Thrones is exceptional, but I'm telling you now, nothing is as entertaining and as varied as The Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Simple as that with me.
You've got a good point there. Yeah.
179 episodes with not one story looking the same as another story.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, one long story split into however many seasons it was. That's what that is. You know what I mean? You think of 179 ideas and make a 22 or 25-minute episode on it.
Yeah. And then they did hour episodes, didn't they?
They weren't as popular. And
people say they didn't work as well. Some people say that.
They don't, because they turn into that story like The Invaders, like, you know, a 50-minute episode. What you want is something that's short and stark and has a shock ending. That's what makes the Twilight.
You want it tighter, I think. And when you've only got a tighter story, I think. Right, let's carry on. Seymour says I would be Sid James. Seymour's End of Days with Arnold Schwarzenegger got a Blu-ray release on the 25th here in the UK. Oh, I didn't know it wasn't on Blu-ray. So there we are.
End of Days. I liked End of Days, really. Yeah. It's one of those ones where Arnold Schwarzenegger was just about to leave film and go into politics, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It had that
I like
it had that horror part in it. Didn't it have a part in it in the underground or something? I think he was looking at some dead body or something in the underground.
What I liked about it was there was still a religious thing being the end of the day. So I kind of like that connection. I like that a lot. I like actually these religious sort of thriller things and all that stuff. Tony York, Bernard Breslau's character in Carry On Girls for me. The two beauty contestants fighting over him. Oh,
what a lovely bloke Bernard Breslau was, though. I mean, what was he? 6'8" or something? And bloody hell.
Yeah.
He was an Iceman in Doctor Who, wasn't he? I mean, I know that. Wasn't he? He was an ice warrior, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine him dressed up in that bloody get-up. Jesus.
Yeah. And Barbed Wire with Pamela Anderson gets a 4K release on October the 21st. Oh.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Barbed Wire. I remember the advert for it coming out. I remember her dressed up in leathers and chains.
That's the attraction, I suppose. That's what they're selling it on.
That's a 4K release, I'd probably make do with a Blu-ray. Really, you know,
I was going to say, yeah.
I don't know. I still think of 4K as being a premium line, and I'll be going, why is Barbed Wire being singled out as a 4K release?
Yeah. I thought it had a steelbook. Has it had a steelbook? I bet you've got it, haven't you? No.
I mean, you'll have Pamela Anderson's boobs all on the front of you. It would be all right, I'm sure.
I bet she doesn't look like that now. I don't know what
you can imagine. You can imagine the embossing. You can imagine the embossing on that steelbook then, wouldn't it? It would only be stick
Yeah.
out by about 6 foot.
Oh dear. I
Won't be able to,
imagine that
you won't be able
she's.
to put a film left or right of it, would it? With a boob sticking out like that, would you?
Oh dear. I bet she's looking pretty rough now. Pretty rough.
I
All
don't
that
know.
surgery.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Farrah Fawcett always remained quite good all the way through. Cheryl Ladd
Yeah.
looked
Oh,
great all the
yeah.
way through. Heather
Oh, Cheryl
Locklear
Ladd.
doesn't look.
Yeah.
Heather Locklear doesn't
Yeah.
look too. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
Pamela Anderson. She has gone underground. I haven't seen her for a number of years.
Yeah. I've not seen anything of her.
They did a roasting. The last time I
Yeah.
saw her, I think they did a roasting of Pamela Anderson. I think I saw that on the Comedy Central channel where they used to do these
Oh,
celebrity roasts.
yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The last time I saw Pamela Anderson.
Mark Fletcher. When 4 came out, I didn't bother going that route. I tend to think that eyes can only see up to a certain quality, and after a while, I wouldn't see any improvement in the image.
Well, I've got an
It's
argument
an
against that.
interesting one. Yeah.
Because 4K to me was never about the resolution. 4K to me was all about HDR, high dynamic, range, which is the colors, right?
Yes. Yeah.
If you put a Blu-ray in and you put a 4K and you put them next to each other, you never turn around and say, well, that's clearer than that one. But when you look at the 4K one, you do go, wow, but the colors pop on that one. Jesus, look at the red on that compared to the other one. The other one looks browny red. The other one looks bloody spot on red. Look at that. And that's why I should be pick and choosing my 4Ks, because you really want the colors to be psychedelic or like Technicolor for it to stand out. If you ever watch the 10 Commandments on 4K, it's night and day over the Blu-ray. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's a reference disc, 10 Commandments. The Robe probably will be. This is why I get more excited when they turn around to me and say they're bringing out El Cid as 4K. I go, oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Ben-Hur.
I'm more excited than saying, oh, Spartacus is coming out as a new restoration. I'm going, yes, right?
Yeah.
And then they turn around and say they're bringing out Event Horizon. I'm going, well, I'm mildly excited, but it's a modern film. So, the special effects will look nice and all of that. But
I'd be excited if they suddenly discovered all of the film that disappeared in the Event Horizon restoration.
Well, yeah, we all know that, don't we? Yeah.
That would be exciting. But yeah, I have got the 4K of Event Horizon.
Yeah, I've got the 4K
I did actually buy because I love the film.
And this is why I was saying. This is why I was saying sometimes I'll mention a film that I shouldn't do as a bad example.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to think of is if there was Event Horizon and the 10 Commandments on the same shelf, I know that the 10 Commandments would be better suited for 4K than Event Horizon would be.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, older films out like Wizard of Oz, I've got that, and that looks absolutely amazing.
That's being re-released again for its 85th anniversary, isn't it? So.
Oh right.
Yeah, comes out November, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy with what I've got, but yeah. Right. Steve's Gaming. The first film we rented on the day we got VHS was Scanners. Yeah.
Anyone Cronenberg.
Yeah, Scanners. Brilliant film.
I remember renting out Videodrome, Scanners.
Yeah. Videodrome. Now you're talking.
I saw lots of Cronenberg. Yeah. I think I fell out with Cronenberg after that.
Yeah.
It called Elysium or something. It was that gaming one with the weird sort of like jelly creature that you sort of put your hand in and suddenly you're in a virtual reality game or something.
He's not as good as he was. I like early Cronenberg. He's really good, but I think he's not as good.
I think I had the most enjoyment with Event Horizon because if I remember rightly, the first thing that comes up is a spaceship, and it was called the Lois and Clark. And I went, bloody hell, that's Superman. That's Superman.
Yeah,
They made the
yeah.
spaceship called the Lois and Clark. Oh, you're having me. You're having a laugh now with me now.
Oh, I will laugh. Oh dear. Tony Hawk. I think the first VHS I had was the CS video
CIC
release of.
video,
Wait
yeah.
for it. Oh yeah, of course. Zulu. It wouldn't be anything else, Tony. It had to be Zulu, didn't it?
But CIC video, what a brand! I remember all of them. Bloody
Yeah,
hell, CIC
yeah, I
video.
do. Yeah,
I had
yeah.
no
All
end
these
of them.
names.
No end of
Yeah,
CIC videos. And Zulu
yeah.
was on Legend in the afternoon on Monday. I watched it.
Oh, yeah,
Every time it's on, I watch it.
yeah. It's still a great film.
Yeah.
Um, Steve Mills, as one of my favourite films from the 70s, comes out on Blu-ray and Steelbook. Convoy.
Yeah, it's been released.
Oh,
It was
I
announced
vaguely
on
remember
Monday
that.
that it was announced on Tuesday that Convoy on 4K Steelbook was coming out, and I
Yeah,
instantly ordered it. Instantly
yeah,
ordered it. It's got Ernest Borgnine in it. That's what I like
right.
about Convoy. He's one of the coppers.
It became quite a craze, didn't it? That film. It was one of
Yeah.
those things that they promoted and built it up with all the what did they call that radio thing? It had a name. You know, when people were
CB
CB.
radio.
That's it. It was a big thing, wasn't it? CB radio.
Yeah. Well,
People
everybody
got
was
into
called
that.
Rubber Duck and all that sort of stuff.
That's it, Rubber Duck.
I
Yes,
mean,
that's it.
you know,
Rubber Duck. What's
all
your
that.
handle? Yeah.
But I mean, it's got a #1 single on it, hasn't it? Convoy, isn't it? We
It
got a
did, yeah.
beautiful
That,
convoy.
Dave Lee Travis and somebody else. Actually, they'd better not mention his name. Sorry, I didn't say his name. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You've got to be careful
One
with
of
that.
disgraced ones.
And I do remember the theme tune to Convoy. You know, we got a beautiful convoy.
That's right. Yeah. Steve's Gaming, good film with Michael Ironside. Yeah, Scanners
2 and 3
2 and 3 were awful. Yeah, I've never seen 2 and 3. Yeah.
Oh no, they're atrocious.
I can imagine.
Oh,
you've seen them.
They are bad.
Really? Oh God. Tony Hawk, I agree about 4K. I'm not as impressed as I thought I would be, but admittedly, don't have a huge expensive setup. It has to be something very special for me to get a 4K now. Blu-ray is adequate. I think that's fair enough. I think I've had to sort of change my look. I'm thinking, am I happy with the Blu-ray? And I say yes. I often say yes. Occasionally I'll buy a 4K, but generally I am buying more Blu-ray now.
It's one of those things, literally, where I don't think it's been sold very well. Right when 4K came out, right, there wasn't a big hurrah about it. When Blu-ray came out, it was like, would notice the high definition. It's 4 times sharper than this, and its sound is going to be like this, and all of this sort of stuff. Right? 4K. There's no quantum leap in picture quality because it's only the colors that really change. It's the high dynamic range. So when you look at it, you go, well, what's so special about that? Because you've got to be told what the special bit is. And when I went in to buy my telly, my first 4K telly, I said, okay, so to sell me 4K telly, why should I be excited about 4K over this Blu-ray telly? And he instantly told me, he said, don't think about the picture quality because it's not. It's about color. It's about the color range.
Yeah.
So you want a 4K Blu-ray player and you want a 4K telly. And when you put the two together, your telly is going to show the reference quality of what the director wanted when he was filming it. So there is going to be no muddiness of red, there's going to be no muddiness of blue. It's going to be the sharpest blue, the sharpest red, the lines, that separate, so when you're looking at me and you can see my blue is separating that black telly behind me, that is a sharp contrast between the two, and you can see the outline of my shirt, right?
Mm.
So, but HDR would basically make those yellows and browns proper yellow and brown, rather
Yeah.
than what somebody has thought is the right color match when they tried to do a Blu-ray
Mm.
restoration. They've not used a reference card to find out what color things are supposed to be, which is why when you're looking at Star Trek The Next Generation in Blu-ray, right, Picard's jacket might be a muddy reddy brown without it being red, which is what the color should be.
Mm.
Do you see what I mean? It's supposed to be a burgundy
Yeah.
claret red, but on DVD it would be a muddy brown, because there's nothing to reference the color against. So it's whatever interpretation it is. You see what I mean?
I think one of the things that has held back 4K is also the fact that you have to buy another machine. You know, there's more
Yeah.
expense involved, not just think that you have to buy another machine. And you know,
Yeah, Blu-ray took off.
Yeah.
Blu-ray took off, believe it or not, because the PS3 had a Blu-ray player in it.
Yeah, yeah.
So a gaming console won the high definition.
The HD DVD versus Blu-ray, didn't it?
It was a gaming
It lost
console
HD.
that decided what format was going to
Yeah.
work in the HD wars, because Sony brought out a
Yeah.
PlayStation. If Sony had put a HD player in there, it would have been a HD that we would be talking about. But nobody talks about HD anymore. The other format before Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Nobody
But you
talks
can
about
look
it.
on YouTube. You get people. There are people who collect the actual HD DVD discs. You know,
Well,
you see
you
people
can't
showing
you
the
can't see
collection.
you can't see it, but over there where there's a small telly that I watch
Yeah.
at night when I'm going to bed, the
Yeah.
very bottom player is a Toshiba HD ROM.
Oh, one of the yeah, fantastic.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful player. The definition on that is absolutely incredible. But Blu-ray won the war. Bang.
Yeah.
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 Now you can buy HD stuff in keks at 50 pence. They're at the bottom right.
Yeah.
Usually when you've got a bank of Blu-ray stuff that's secondhand and it's got movies, right in the bottom right corner, it's got HD. They're in burgundy cases with silver.
That's right. Yeah.
Labels, and they're 50 pence, and there's things there.
I've got the. Do you know what? I saw it cheap, and I thought, well, why not? And it's the first season of Star Trek, the original series.
Yeah,
it's in a lovely box. I've got that, and I thought it was only £1, and I thought, well, why not for £1?
Yeah, but I spent £100 on that.
Did you? Wow.
Yeah. I bought that when it first came out, £100. It had the high definition on one side, it had the DVD on the other.
Yeah.
It was a dual format set of discs. And the menu system was gorgeous on it. And the next most expensive box set that I bought in the HD range was Heroes Season 1.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
I bought that in HD. And I did the wrong thing. You see, this is where I went wrong, right?
Yeah.
When Blade Runner came out in its special collector's edition, which was an Attache suitcase, right? It came out with an Attache suitcase, right? It had 5 versions of Blade Runner in this. I bought the HD one, not the Blu-ray one.
Yeah.
Still got it. Worth next to nothing compared to the Blu-ray one. The Blu-ray one sells for 225 quid or something on eBay. HD one couldn't sell it for 50 pence if you tried.
No.
There you are. Yeah, that aluminium cased Blade Runner must have cost me 130 quid when that came out.
Yeah, a lot of people who bought the HD DVDs must have been really disappointed if you'd invested quite a lot in them.
Oh yeah, and I did. You see, I was heavily into my collection, so this is where I'm saying
Yeah.
I've gone through the
Yeah.
pain of
To be
something.
honest, I think they have quite a nice look about them. I know the Blu-ray does stand out. We're used to that, but I quite like the cases of the HD DVDs.
Yeah, they were
There's a
burgundy with
they've
a
got a
silver
certain
sword.
nice. They look good. Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
anybody that says, yeah, 4K is not what it is, I think it's more to do with how much of a film collector you are,
Yeah.
and
Yes. I know what you mean.
what
Yeah.
you want out of the format. Because I knew by
Yeah.
going into a specialist store that he was selling me on what it is, rather than just trying to get me out the store with a telly that costs a
Yeah.
couple of grand, right?
Yeah.
And he purposely stated there is no quantum leap this time. There is. He actually
Yeah.
said that when there was a
Yeah.
quantum leap between DVD and Blu-ray,
That's
there
right.
is no
Of
quantum
course.
leap
Yeah.
between Blu-ray
Yeah.
and 4K. It really is
Yeah.
literally down
Yeah.
to what you want out of it.
Yeah.
And if you want the colors to pop, you've got the right system. If you don't, you could be
Yeah.
you're probably going to be quite happy with
Yeah.
Blu-ray. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's not about the resolution change this time.
Yeah. Because you put a Blu-ray on and you think, well, this is good, compared.
No, you go.
Especially if you've got a DVD. Though, if you've got an early DVD, it's funny because I think the DVD quality's improved later on,
Yeah.
and especially with upscaling, you can get a DVD that looks really
Well,
good.
that's
But
because
they're on the newer ones. The early DVD releases are not.
early DVD players went through SCART. If
Yeah.
you now put a DVD in your player, you're going through component or HDMI, and therefore the resolution is 720p or close to 720p,
Yeah.
and that's half the resolution of HD, which is 1080p,
Yeah.
720p.
Yeah.
So when you're talking DVD quality, you're not far off
Yeah.
HD, because HD is 1048 by something.
Yeah.
So 720 is DVD.
Yeah.
720 is respectable.
Yeah.
It's just it's just its broadcast medium quality. Do you see what I mean? What you would
Yeah.
broadcast, and from that point of view, it's
I
not.
have got some early DVDs where the quality
And
I
those
don't think
would
is
have been
good. But on the other hand, I've
yeah.
got some early DVDs where the quality has remained. It's like my Dune collection.
Yeah.
I've got the first DVD release of Dune,
There's
1984.
There's two
And
things
it's
to
good.
remember here. There's two things to remember here. There were, in the early days,
Yeah.
DVDs that were just tape transfers onto DVD. So it's only ever going to be as good as the tape transfer it came from.
Right. That's it. I think you're right now. Yeah.
And then every time you put a DVD into your Blu-ray player, every Blu-ray player that I know of has got upscaling.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't turn it on or off, it upscales instantly. It goes, right, you put a DVD in, upscale. Does that instantly.
Yeah.
Without you flicking the switch. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if you put in a DVD in a Blu-ray player now, it's going to upscale it. And unless you go into the menu system and says, show me this in its proper native resolution, you're going to see a computer generated enhanced image of what you think DVD is.
Yeah.
You see what I'm getting at? So just remember, the very, very early DVDs were just tape transfers. They weren't even DVD quality.
You can see that though, as on some of them are not very good. You can see that they've just literally copied it, haven't they, and not done anything.
It's like, I tell you, the closest medium to it is video CD. Remember VCD?
Yeah.
All VCD was just videotape onto a CD. So the quality was awful.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I don't know whether does this have an effect when they used to cram lots of films onto one DVD?
Of course. You're
Yeah,
compressing
the
it.
quality doesn't look very good on some of them. We said they used to do, didn't they? They used to put loads of films on one DVD.
DVD had a sort of like maximum threshold of about 800 meg. It was actually 750, but you could get it to 800.
Yeah,
Right. Blu-ray was 4.2 or 9.6. Was it 9.4 gig?
mm,
Right.
yeah,
So of course
yeah,
you talk. How many CDs can you put on into a 4K into a Blu-ray? And now
yeah,
that Blu-ray's gone even further. It's now 50 and 100 gig. And people
yeah,
complain and say, you've put Once Upon a Time in the West on a 50 gig disc. Why? It should be 100 gig, shouldn't it? It should be the sharpest
mm,
quality, the least amount of compression, blah, blah, blah.
mm,
What you put it on a 50 gig bloody disc for?
yeah,
But what they don't, what people, when they start talking about things like that, you also have to start talking about what's the quality of the negative.
yeah,
What,
yeah, yeah,
what, how much, you know, can you
yeah,
actually
yeah.
salvage as
Yeah,
sharp as
and
you
they're
can?
not doing restorations as well. The word restorations interest. You can stick that on, but they're not going to get the actual negative and start doing anything, are they? In a lot of these
No,
cases, they just
in
um,
certain circumstances they do, in certain
yeah,
circumstances they don't. But what you have to understand is it's obviously going to be better as a 50 gig disc with just the film on than what you've ever seen before. So
yeah,
what's this complaint that you've got
yeah,
about it being on a 50 gig disc? It's been upscaled. It's 4K. The colors
yeah,
have been restored.
yeah,
The compression has gone away. What you have
yeah,
to understand is there was never ever a Dolby Atmos track for it. So of course you've got
yeah,
DTS or
yeah,
whatever it was that was on the
yeah,
original one. If you're going to remix the damn thing with new sound sources,
yeah,
it might well be going on 100 gig disc, but it all depends on what quality is around at the
mm,
time. So I look at every
yeah,
disc as being
yeah,
thank you very much for putting that film onto disc for me, because if you hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have it. I don't look at it
yeah,
as
exactly.
why is this
Yeah,
on a 50 gig disc or not? I couldn't give a
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, you've got a chance to see a film that you may not have been able to ever see.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
mean, as much as I'd love to turn around and say, yeah, everything should be on a 100 gig disc,
You
I
can't.
also
Yeah,
know what a waste of time it is having half the disc empty because you
yeah,
couldn't fill it.
yeah,
So, you
yeah,
know,
uh,
I take it down to the studio to make
yeah.
that decision, and I'm
I,
just happy
I
that
would,
they want it.
I would say to a lot of people, which they don't understand, is in the history of film, is there's a hell of a lot of films that just got lost, which have disappeared for various reasons over the years, and we're lucky to have what we have. We are often, like
Yeah.
didn't some big studio have a fire as well? I don't know which one it was, and that must have lost a lot of films that because they were
Yeah.
never released.
I think
Uh,
when a film is preserved by the National Film
that's
Society,
right. You get that.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's not it's therefore not any longer on the Universal lot or the Fox lot or whatever it is. It's
yeah,
preserved
yeah,
in an air
yeah,
conditioned, bug
yeah.
free, whatever it is, right? Because it's actually
Exactly. Yeah,
it's under a preservation law. Um,
yeah,
when it comes to other quality, where they store these films, I don't even
yeah,
know if they're stored at Universal Studios. You can walk around the Universal Studio lot, so it'd be very strange that you could actually go into one of the warehouses there and go, "Oh,
yeah. Oh, look.
I'm going to
Yeah,
pull the 35-minute reel from here and nick it."
yeah.
Um, I'm pretty sure they've got them in special places, but I
They
just,
must have. It would make sense.
you know what I mean.
It would. Yeah.
I've never really
But
thought about it
yeah,
really, but yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah, it's an interesting. Anyhow, we better move on now. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's quite gruesome though. Aha, my mum didn't expect that. Now, what's that in connection with?
Oh, because you've got to go up to. Remember, you had to
Ah,
skip because of the.
uh,
Oh no, you haven't. No, I don't know what that is about.
no.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what film he's talking about there.
Oh, Scanners.
Oh, Scanners. Ah, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Scanners, isn't
Scanners.
it? And Scanners, yeah,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, it
bloody
would. My
good,
mum would have said the
bloody
same. She'd have gone,
gruesome that
no,
was.
no, I don't like this. She wouldn't have liked that. My mum wouldn't have.
No, put the Sound of Music on.
Yeah. Why do they have to put awful films on with
Yeah,
people not being
what
nice?
you got? What you got? Have people's? What have you got? to Have people's heads exploding on for?
Yeah,
Can't we have Sound of Me? Can't we have Julie Andrews on?
What fun is that, having people put their heads off?
Let's put Kess on.
Oh dear. Yeah. Hey, bye, lad. I must have copied nearly every movie from the video shop back when you used to have a link to VHS players together and have the copy protection in the players switched off. Good times. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people did that, definitely.
I could never find 2 video recorders that you linked up that would ever bypass Macrovision, which is what the protection was called.
Yeah.
Natively. I had to have a separate box that the video sync had to go into. So in other words, I had to put the tape in one and the blank in the other, and I had to have the video sync go into a special box, which had a little sort of like swivel switch on it, right? And then when I put it into the recorder on the other side, and then had that going into the TV as the main feed, I had to alter I had to turn this little dial round, and the screen would then sync. And that's when I knew that I'd got rid of the macro protection. I know some people did find putting a Sony and a Hitachi together, or putting a JVC with a Hitachi together, got past the Macrovision, but I could never find 2 players that did it natively. I had to have a special box to do it, but I did do it. Yeah, I got round it.
Steve's gaming. The guys are exploding.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it. Tony, not long after DVD became popular, I had a VHS DVD combination. I think it was Philips, a huge heavy machine. It was a DVD recorder too. Oh, I remember having a DVD recorder. Used to copy quite a lot of films from TV broadcasts. Yeah, I remember doing that. They were great, weren't the DVD recorders as well? You could also link them up with the VHS tapes that you had.
Yeah.
So you could, if you had your own VHS tapes, you could put them on a DVD disc, and there was a better quality already.
Yeah.
You could rip them off. Yeah,
I was never sold by those players. I always thought to myself, they're a generic thing, which basically means that they're a master of none. It hasn't got an exceptional DVD player in it. It hasn't got an exceptional VHS player in it. It's got a bog standard VHS and a bog standard DVD, and it won't be exceptional in either place. But I'm not saying it was a bad format, because they sold really well. It's just that at this particular juncture in time, I already had a PC with a burner in it, a CD burner or a DVD burner or a Blu-ray burner.
Yeah.
And from that point of view, I would rather record the film on my PC and then put it in my player than I would transferring a VHS tape onto a DVD.
Yeah.
Because I also knew with my PC that I could hook my video recorder up into the computer and record tapes. There was lots of what they call capture cards back then, and they were all quite cheap.
In the end, it's probably a reason why they didn't last that long. I mean, I remember having one, but they soon kind of disappeared.
Yeah,
and that must have been a big reason why.
The last time I saw one, I think, was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin. If you've ever watched the film The 40-Year-Old Virgin, he works in an electrical store, and the woman across the road that he falls in love with comes in and says, I want to buy a player, and he says, "Oh, well, I wouldn't buy this. This is old, antiquated now, VHS. But you could buy this combo player that might last you a couple of years." But even so, he said even then, even so, it's probably going to be out of date in about a year's time.
Yeah,
and I remember that being in the 4-year-old Virgin.
Yeah.
And a combo player.
Quite right. Predicted. Simmons, if you're going to pirate movies now, make sure you have a VPN installed on your computer or laptop. If not, your broadband provider can track what you are doing. And before you know it, the coppers are knocking at your door. So, Ian, stop doing it. Yes, that's what.
I'll tell you what, if the coppers knock at my door, I'd say, yeah, look how much I bought. You know,
yeah,
every bloody week I've spent nearly 200 quid on stuff, and you really want to nick me.
I'm sure they've got better things to do. Like, I don't know, but I'm sure they have.
I'll tell you what, the best thing to come out of that comment there is Stephen's quite right. A VPN is very important these days. You really do need to protect yourself these days, even if we're making a joke about pirating movies and all of that sort of stuff. The amount of stuff that we're buying online now with our credit cards and stuff. Please protect yourself, fellas out there, because I'll tell you now, it's the amount of I mean, I've had fraud happen to me twice in the last 10 years, and it's not fun.
No.
There's
a lot of scammers around.
And a lot of the companies now, with everything being so tight and insurance premiums going up and everybody in uproar about your insurance premiums and stuff, they're now starting to say, we can refund you that one, but we can't refund you this one, because in this particular instance you agreed for this to actually go ahead, and this other one, well, we can see that you didn't actually agree, and therefore it was a scam. And so basically, where it used to be that you'd get 100% of your money back every time that you had fraud, you're more likely to get a 50% return at best. I mean, it really, a VPN makes fantastic.
You can see that the scammers are getting more bolder and more trying to be more sophisticated. You just have to be more alert to them.
They don't care. It's a group. It's not just now one person that's done it.
No, it's an organized crime.
You've got a whole building with about 50 people sending out scam emails every second. And if you just respond,
and they're going to get.
If you just respond to one of them, then you funded everybody in that room with just one response.
Exactly. Yeah. And
take it like this.
They can say they're from Amazon, and people believe it.
If you get an email, and you're stupid enough to answer it, you've just told the world that this email address is live.
Yeah, and
if you don't reply, they have no idea whether you've read it, seen it, touched it, whatever. Right? So at the end of the day, just you answering a text message or just answering an email is enough for them to know that that's a live account, and they'll sell that to every thief,
every scammer going. Yeah, exactly. But I always think, you most people should be up on what they've ordered and what they haven't ordered, and if they say they're from Amazon, you just know it. To me, it's obvious it's not Amazon, but a lot of people, it's not, is it? A lot of people. I mean, maybe people who are just not used to, I don't know, being online and don't do it enough. Then they see it and they think what they're seeing is Amazon, but Amazon wouldn't do that. You just know. I don't know. But that they work on that, and they're obviously making a lot of money. And ruining people's lives, because it's not it's not a nice. It's a crime, and I hope they get these people. I
Yeah.
wish they would get them. They deserve it. It is a terrible thing. Do you remember the triangle they used to put in the corner of the the TV screen to warn viewers about the next program? Um, is that I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I do.
I do
But
remember.
I'll tell you what,
Well,
the thing I'm more interested in is not the triangle. The triangle was there to say the next program you're going to watch has got content that may have sex or whatever it was. It was on
yes,
something that Channel 5 or Channel 4 introduced.
no, it was
But
Channel 4. Didn't
if
Channel
you ever
4 do that?
yeah,
Yeah,
but if you ever watched ITV back in the 70s or anything, every 15 minutes, just before the adverts were going to come up, 30 seconds before the adverts were coming on, there'd be a square. I can't obviously, if I point I can't
yeah,
do anything, but
yeah,
basically
yeah,
it would be a little square and it would be about there and it would sort of like shimmer, sort of
yes,
go like this. And
yeah, yeah,
that was the Q dot to tell you that the adverts were just about to come up, because
yes, yeah. I
everything
saw
had to
that.
have
Yeah,
everything had to be a
yeah,
warning. But it was what it is. That
yeah,
little Q dot was supposed to be above the video line, so it was supposed to be not
yeah,
there. It was supposed to be up there where you can't see it. But
yeah,
because the screen isn't always the right line or an alignment, it would come
yeah,
down into the viewing
yeah,
viewer's point of view. And it always used to be great because I used to go, oh, the adverts are just to come up. Look, you can go and
yeah,
make tea now. Look, because I used to see that little Q dot.
yeah,
And I know exactly what that
yeah,
meant.
yeah. It's funny because that story's just brought back a memory for me about my dad, because my dad was a projectionist, cinema projectionist for one of
Yeah,
his jobs that he did, and he always used to point out, we'd be watching film and say, "Look out, that dot there, that is telling the projectionist to get ready,
change the
change
reel.
the reel," and then he'd say, "Oh, there it is. You put your reel on now."
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just these things that you
Yeah,
see.
because
It's interesting.
the
Yeah,
two projections would be synced. So
yeah,
basically, when that
yeah,
came up and it was like a 1 minute warning to the projectionist,
yeah,
when he flicked the
yeah,
switch, all it
yeah,
meant was when the other one stopped, the other one started, so that it basically they
yeah,
were in sync with each other. It was very very much a very good system. It
yeah,
works. I
yeah.
mean,
It
what
did
can you
work.
do?
It worked. Yeah, yeah. Uh, uh, Empire of the Ants.
Oh, I was talking
Oh,
about film B movie British films, and I said
yeah.
I remember I said Joan Collins was in an ant
That's
film
it.
in
Yeah,
the
Joan
70s.
Collins. Yeah, yeah. Um, Please check on your mum, Del. Make sure she's okay. That's Steve's gaming.
I've already done that, and she's in
That's
bed
nice.
and she's
Yeah,
lovely.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, Tony Hawk. Those B films you mentioned, Del, mainly sci-fi. I think the US seemed to specialize in them, whereas the UK concentrated on thrillers and crime.
Ah, okay.
Recently got hold of an excellent book. Um, continue British B films by two film experts. Oh,
What is
right.
that a book that you can get from Amazon, Tony? I'd like to know the title of it or an ISBN number that I can put in. I'd be very
It
interested in
might be
that.
called British B films.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
would
I'll write it
imagine.
down. I'll
Yeah,
write it down anyway
yeah,
because
yeah,
I do like film history.
yeah.
Um,
I think it's called. Yeah, he's saying it's called British B films.
yeah, I've written it down.
Yeah, you can check that out. Yeah,
It's just that if you type in British B films generally in Amazon, it'll bring up a load of films in
yeah,
DVD.
yeah,
Or anything, any title that's got the word B films or whatever.
yeah,
That's why I was saying if he's got an ISBN number, it solves it
yeah,
down to the exact one that he's talking
yeah,
about. For all I know, there's an older version and a newer version,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you know. But it doesn't matter if he's
Yeah,
watching it. It'd be great. If he's not, I'm sure I'll
yeah,
find it. So.
yeah. Check out this is Stephen Walls, a film called
Yes,
Tarantula.
in it.
Tarantula. It has a small part by Clint Eastwood. Oh,
Yeah.
Tarantula.
Yeah, it's in
Right.
black and white, I think.
Yeah.
It's the tarantula looks like it's totally black. You know what I
Oh,
mean? It's like
yeah.
whenever the spider is like a silhouette. But it's a
Yeah.
menacing looking thing, but it's just that tarantulas are like red and black and and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It looks very much when this spider goes over a hill or something. You see its legs and everything. They're just jet black. You know what I mean? It's very
Yeah.
weird.
Oh.
I have seen it though, plenty of times.
Yeah. Oh, good. Mark Fleck says, when I was a kid playing in the street with all the other kids, you would only have to hear one of my mothers shouting, "Carry on camping has just started," and the street would suddenly be deserted. Well, that's the power of that
Yeah, well,
film. It doesn't surprise me at all.
we know what's going to be happening in that film, didn't we? Yeah,
It's a well-loved film, and it was a big hit at the cinema. It was a massive hit at the cinema. In fact, I think, I may be wrong, but I think that could have been the biggest selling box office film of that year when it
possibly,
came out. Yeah.
possibly.
It could even have beaten a James Bond film, even.
So you carry on
It's
camping. That'd
possible.
be
Yeah.
what
Such a big
1970, 74, maybe. I don't know.
uh
Have a look. Carry on
it might
camping.
be earlier than that, actually.
I'll have a little look.
It
Carry
could
on
be
camping. Anyway, you carry on.
is there okay, I'm just looking. Oh, you've got your sorry, I forgot you've got your carry on book, haven't you? Right,
Oh,
okay, I'll move to the next one. Let's have a look. At Mark Fletcher. Clint Eastwood was also in Revenge of the Creature as well. Revenge of the Creature. Sounds pretty good. I heard of that one. Have you got there?
No, it's just I forgot this was in alphabetical order, so I needed to look in the C's. Carry on, Constable. Hang on. Cleo.
Yeah.
Camping.
Yeah, there we are.
1969. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it's in the 60s.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think.
Alternative title: Let Sleeping Bags Lie.
That's good. Yeah.
But that book does make me smile every time I read it, I have to say.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think what Bond film was 69.
Was it on Her
It wasn't
Majesty's
Diamonds
Secret
Are
Service?
Forever, was it?
Was it on Her Majesty's Secret
Was
Service?
a flop.
That was 19. Although that was 1970, wasn't it?
Was it? Because that is possibly the worst of that period. Diamonds Are Forever. There's another film where Clint Eastwood has a small part, Revenge of the Creature. Yeah. He didn't wear a poncho in either. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Mark Fletcher, you must have been reading my mind. Tony York, I think the earliest film I have with a credited acting part for Clint Eastwood is the Western Ambush at Cimarron or Cimarron Pass, 1958. Something like that.
Is that Cimarron?
That's going 58. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, remember we had this discussion about Michael Caine, where Zulu is supposed to be his first film, but he actually acted for 11 years before Zulu.
Yeah.
He was on Walking Bits and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just he wasn't really credited in these films.
I bet Clint Eastwood was a bit like that.
Clint Eastwood would have been exactly. He probably did exactly the same thing as Michael Caine. That is, he would have been a woolly jumper model for catalogs and all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. my movies. I watched Superman 1978 the other night, and it has
Oh,
a
right.
cameo from Oz Clarke, the wine expert from the 80s to 90s TV show Food and Drink. Wow.
See, now I wouldn't remember Oz Clarke, but I've seen
No,
Superman in the
I have heard
1978.
that name, but I don't know anything.
Yeah, I've seen
Definitely heard the name.
I've seen Superman, the 78 version, a million times. Million times.
Yeah.
The one bit of information
Uh,
I've got about that film, Superman, is
mm,
when they were filming the Krypton, and they were doing a flyby of the whole Krypton planet, and you see the dome. Yeah, they lost all the 35
yeah.
millimeter footage of that. They've only got 16 millimeter footage left, and that's
Ah,
why it looks so grainy.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they shot the whole thing in 35 millimeter but lost the print.
Yeah. That was
So they either had to show a really sketchy, crappy, horrible Krypton planet at the very beginning's flyover, or you had nothing at all. So they
yeah.
decided to
So
put
they
it in.
decided.
But
Yeah.
it looks
Yeah.
so out of place. And I told the
Yeah.
movie guy this because he's a projectionist, and he went, "I always
Yeah.
wondered what that was." He said, I've got the because he's got obviously
Yeah.
his home projection type
Yeah.
versions of Superman. Every
Yeah.
single print has got the same horrible 16 millimeter shots of
Yeah.
Krypton
Yeah.
at the beginning. It looks so grainy, horrible.
Yeah.
It looks like snow. Bloody
Yeah.
awful.
Steve Moles, Carry On Emmanuel and Carry On Columbus are the worst films in the series. Yeah, Carry On Emmanuel is very bad.
Well, everybody knows it wasn't the last Carry On film because the Carry On film after that was a compilation,
a compilation thing
with Barbara Windsor and Kenneth Williams.
And yeah,
Emmanuel was just a dip in quality. You know, it was already dipping because Carry On England is pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, Carry On England is pretty bad as well.
Yeah. It's just it's the last two films that really just killed the Carry On franchise.
Yeah.
But I think the writing was on the wall because by then ITV they were showing all the old Carry Ons on TV.
Yeah.
So and I suppose a lot of people weren't going to the cinema then for Carry On films in '77.
Yeah.
I think it's a combination of the confession films and the Carry On films both together.
Yeah.
Just basically killing themselves.
Yeah. They'd had the run. I mean, they'd had a good run.
Well,
yeah. Things come to an end, and that's what happened. Especially once you get some of the main kind of actors no longer doing them, then that's what happened.
Even then, some of the Carry On team were dying. They were.
Yeah. I remember seeing Oz Clarke in the SAS thriller Who Dares Wins. Yeah, I've seen that, but a long time ago. I think he's a police detective. Yeah. Actually, not a bad film.
I like Who Dares Wins. It's a good film.
Yeah. Mental. Never knew he was an actor until I saw him the other night. Yes, Oz Clarke. If you want a good laugh, what the Die Hard ripoff, Skyscraper, starring Anna Nicole Smith. The only thing worth watching it for is the sex scenes.
Yeah, so there's a film called Skyscraper starring Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
But she was terrible in a lot of things. She was in Naked Gun 33 1/3, Anna Nicole Smith.
Oh, right.
Rightly. She was bloody atrocious in that. It's a shame. It's a shame how she died, Anna Nicole Smith. It's a sad ending to hear.
I don't know much about her, really.
Yeah. She basically was abused, and basically her drug taking basically, I think, killed her. I remember rightly, but it's just I do know there was a documentary on her life, and it was so sad how she died.
Do you know something? I know it's a slightly changing subject, but not really. is I was looking on the internet the other day and on YouTube, and this video came up, and it said all the porn stars that have died this year.
Yeah.
And I was looking, I was thinking, bloody hell. Most of them were young, in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah.
And you could say the majority had died of killing themselves or drug, overdoses. And it made you think what a frightening industry that is for those women.
Yeah, I don't believe a word when somebody porn star turns around and says, "I don't know why we've got a bad rep. I'm actually feeling quite safe when I'm in a
You look at the stats,
stuff, right?" And yet, all of these people that are killing themselves, or it's to fuel a habit, and all of this,
young,
you're just going,
all young.
But I
It's
remember
because
Anna,
it's so
I remember Anna Nicole Smith now. She was the one who married that old tycoon. He was like 80 and she was about 35 or something.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember now.
And then the family rejected the fact that she was
That's right. There was a
inherit all
big
the
thing
money and all
about it.
that.
Yeah, he looked happy. There's a picture of him
But he did.
when they got married, and his face, he's not bothered, is he? He's happy.
Yeah.
He looks
Frasier
really happy.
did it. Frasier even had a mockumentary episode in that where his sort of like agent called BB was going to marry someone called Big Willie. He was a Texan who owned the radio station. It was called Big Willie. And he died as she was going up the Big Willie died on the wedding day going up the aisle to say I do. So because he didn't say I do, she didn't get a penny.
Yeah.
That was right. I remember that.
I think the thing is, though, is that people often glamorize things, and often they're very dark and not glamorous at all. And it sounds like the porn industry is a real dark place, and these women, it affects them mentally very much so, and they're abused, and it's very sad. It's really sad, really.
Yeah.
Bernard Breslow nearly got the part of Count Dracula for Hammer. Can you imagine him instead of Christopher Lee? I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought, that, you know.
He's tall though. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's you could see, you can kind of see it in a strange way, can't you?
Yeah.
Pick it. Yeah, definitely. Matt Fletcher. No. Event Horizon can almost be part of the Hellraiser series,
I suppose.
And then Muckman Movie says not Elysium, it's Existence.
Yeah, I can never remember. I can never remember the name of it. I'm quite happy to turn around and put my hand up and say, "Look, all I know is
I remember that title.
It was a VR piece of shit.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
Bloody awful.
Existence or something.
Yeah. No, it's Existence.
Oh, yeah, it's not proper English. By heck.
Yeah, it was going to fail because no bugger can spell it. So there you are.
Yeah,
stupid name for a title.
I'm with that Matt Fixture and Tony Carr with regard to 4K. I'm happy with Blu-ray quality in my home theatre. I agree that our eyes don't even see in 4K. It would cost me a fortune to upgrade my projector and sound system.
Everybody's got an opinion, and no one person is right or wrong.
Yeah,
I'm turning around and saying I'm glad 4K is around. I'm glad it's there.
Yeah.
When people say our eyes don't even see in 4K, that's an exact science. That's quite true. But then again, we don't see in any K.
Yeah,
there is no resolution to our eyes. It's a spectrum of light that goes into our eyes that make our brain see whatever we're supposed to be seeing. So, but when something it will cost a fortune to upgrade my projector and sound system. I always look at it as every year that price gets lower.
Yeah,
it's just one of those. Just one of those things, really.
Yeah. If you're a film fan, you do what suits you,
Yeah.
and whatever suits you is fine. There's
I mean,
no sort of
I haven't got a projector, so
yeah,
I totally get
y-
where what
yeah,
McMahon is saying, because
yeah,
he's got a telly and a 4K player, and he's got a projection, an expensive projector that plays films at Blu-ray quality. And at the end of the day,
yeah,
when you're shining something large against a wall or
yeah,
whatever it is, then
yeah,
that quality is going to be naturally good
yeah,
enough, right?
yeah,
Um, 4K quality projectors you're talking about in cinemas, aren't you? I mean, you're
yes,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
pure digital projection equipment. And from
yeah,
that point of view, that's overboard. But when you're putting it on a
yeah,
telly, you're talking about a lower cost. Now,
yeah,
that what people then start complaining about is, what format should I have my telly in? Should it be OLED?
yeah,
Should it be mini LED? Should it be LED? Should it be and and it turns into a nightmare for the consumer, because we're having to understand all these abbreviations, and abbreviations aren't natural to us.
yeah,
You know what I mean? I've been around computers for years, and they all start with RAM, ROM, LAN, WAN,
mm,
all of this sort of stuff, and we don't naturally think in abbreviations. So when somebody
yeah,
says mini LED and LED and OLED and all of this sort of stuff,
yeah,
people
exactly,
just
yeah,
people just want to know, can you just tell me which one's the best?
yes, that's
And
right.
then
It's that's true.
when you go
Yeah,
into the store, they'll turn around to you and say, well, look, it's like this. If you want OLED, then basically it's got the best blacks in the world. But if you want LED, you've
mm,
got higher nit levels, which basically means you're going to have the brightest screen you'll ever see in your life. Which one do you want? Do you want black as black, or do you want white as white? Because that's the
yeah,
difference between the two, basically. And
yeah,
then you just look at him and go, I just want a telly that looks good.
yeah, yeah, that's
Tell
right.
me which one.
That's right. Yeah,
And
it's a very simple.
and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
technologies are so totally different that
yeah,
nobody
yeah,
really
yeah,
knows what format to get. And you go
yeah,
out the store going, I've just given that bloke 2.5 years of my savings at 3 grand for the telly.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know now whether I've bought the right one or not. Bloody
Yes.
well hope I do. And
Yeah,
then when you start going onto a YouTube channel and you start talking about it, you've got to turn around and say, oh, I know my telly's great because I bought it. You ain't going to badmouth your own
yeah,
telly. You say, yeah, I bought a 3 grand piece of shit.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
behind me. Right. So, of course, every telly you ever bought is obviously the best one.
yeah, of course. Yeah,
Who's going to turn
yeah,
around and say, oh, no, I bought a piece of shit? I don't care.
yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't do that.
I think also an important factor is people and space. What space you've got in your house? You
Yeah.
know, have you got room for a projector and
Yeah.
screen and all that? Not everybody would have that space.
I,
Yeah,
every
and
I'm sure every specialist telly shop out there wants you to wall mount your telly. Every
yeah,
single one of them will go,
you can
oh,
imagine that. Yeah.
you need to wall mount this. You don't want the stand.
But yeah, yeah,
In fact, don't buy the stand. Buy this bloody great big thing that's going to go on your wall, and
yeah,
we'll put it up
and
for you.
ruin your neck. And your neck's like this.
And then you go, but if it's on the wall,
Okay.
where am I going to hide the wires? Oh, we'll hide them for you with cavity filled.
Oh,
Right.
yeah,
By the time he's priced up how much it's going to cost for the installation, you bought the telly again.
yeah,
Well, yeah, no
yeah,
wonder they're happy with that. I'd be happy with that. Yeah.
yeah,
Have a bloke come up, do half a
yeah,
day's work, and give you three or 4 grand.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's
I
a lot
swear,
of factors
I
involved.
swear these specialist TV shops, all they've got to do is sell one telly a week. That's it.
Yeah,
If
that's
they
right. And they're
They don't
waiting for
care
that.
if nobody comes in on
Yeah,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
yeah,
Friday. As long as some poor sod on
yeah,
Saturday's got 3 grand on the hip and they want a new telly, they're
yeah,
all right. They've
yeah,
lasted a week. They can pay all the wages
yeah,
because
yeah.
they've sold one telly.
Also, this sounds really sexist. I don't mean it to sound sexist, but there's a lot of truth. There's a thing called wives, and wives don't always see the world in the same way as we do. I'm not having that bloody thing. What do you want
Yeah.
that for?
Lee Evans would have probably have pointed that out actually back in the day.
Yeah.
Lee
Yeah.
Evans was
What
a
do you want
Lee
that
Evans
for?
was a good Lee Evans was a good observer of male and female differences.
Yeah, it's true. It's, what do you want that for? I can
Yeah.
hear it. Yeah, sorry.
What time do you call this? Well, what time do you
Yeah,
call it?
that's what it's
I call it 12:15. I don't know what you call it on your planet, but it's 12:15. They always say things like that, don't they? They say, what time do you call this?
Well, yeah, there it is. Actually, I better move on a bit quicker, answer as well. It's a good reminder. Right. Mukman movies. I must admit, watching football is a big step up in 4K, though.
Yeah, so's Formula One.
Yeah. Yeah. Steve Moles. Bernard Breslau was good in Cruel and Hawk the Slayer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've got both of
wow.
those films.
He's featured quite a bit today, hasn't he, Bernard Breslau? It's been quite interesting.
Such a
Yeah.
nice man. That's why.
Yeah, yeah.
Such a sad loss.
That's really not. Yeah, it's nice that we've been able to do that. If either of you do decide to check out the band Nightwish, yeah, I did write that down, but while I'm there, I don't know. Start by watching their live version of Weber's Phantom of the Opera.
That'll probably be on YouTube. I'll probably check that out. Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Mills, I don't have 4K, but my projector is 4K compatible. All right. Yeah. Okay. Mukman movies. Earliest age you saw a certificate 18, and what was it? My parents introduced me to Alien and The Exorcist at about 8 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an interesting question.
It's going to be, because Mukman is probably about a similar age as me. I mean, I'm 55.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be the same sort of thing. You know, we got a video recorder back in 1981.
Yeah.
Alien was an 18 certificate, so I would have been, let's have a look, 12.
Yeah.
Exorcist again was one of the early films that I saw. I never saw that at the pictures, so I would have seen that on video as well. And so that meant that I would have been watching that film at the same time as I got the video recorder in its first year. So again, I would have been 12. So when he's 8, he's probably a little bit younger than me.
Yeah.
He would have been watching it on the same medium. I don't know of anybody that was 12 years old that was able to go and see an 18 certificate film.
You'd have to be extremely tall and have a deep voice.
You'd have to know the bloody projectionist to be able to get into ours. To actually be, that. But I know for a fact that I didn't see an 18 certificate film until I saw it on video, and that locks me down to the very first video player that we had and what year it was that we got it. So,
I know mine, and I'm in an age where it's 70s, and mine would have been, I would have been 12 years old. The film was Straw Dogs. That was 18 certificate, and it was shown by I've said it before. You probably art school teacher. He showed these in the film club.
There is one exception though, Ian, to that rule, and that is, when was the first time did I see an 18 certificate film that was on telly before I had a video recorder?
Oh, yes.
Now the trouble with that is my mum allowed me to watch Hammer horror films late at night.
Yeah.
They weren't ever considered 18; they were X or
exactly.
XX. So I'm not sure what 18 certificate film I would have seen, because I don't think there was a certification called 18 in 1979.
Yeah. And
I think the 18 certificate. Yeah, I think the 18 certificate came in a lot later, than
It was early maybe around about 1970, where they upped the age to 18, the X certificate. Because before the X certificate, I think was about 16. I think it was
no,
lower. Yeah.
no.
But I never considered Hammer films 18. You know, I always seen them on the
No,
telly.
but what I'm trying to
I
say is
can't think of any real 18 films.
what I'm trying to get at is when did the certification of 18 come in as law?
Yeah.
What year did X turn to 18, PG turn into PG?
Yeah.
What
I
year
think it
was
is
it?
that early. I think they changed a few times because we had that AA, didn't we? And
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
double
to
A
get at.
certificate.
So
Yeah,
when
yeah,
when somebody says the early stage you saw an 18 certificate, if you want
yeah,
to know what the most adult film I ever saw, it wouldn't be even an 18 certificate. It would have been an AA or
yeah,
an XX or
yeah.
whatever it
Because
is,
what
right?
they did,
Yes.
and that was quite an important thing in the censorship. It enabled them to what they'd classified at 18 certificates in the past. They were able to put as AA. So effectively, they lowered the age of some 18 films.
Yeah. So
But anyhow,
that's such a brilliant question because that's
yeah,
open faceted, and
yeah,
I have to turn around and
yeah,
said initially when I saw Alien and Exorcist, I
yeah,
literally went down the same route, saying, "Yeah, do you know what? It must have been the same for me." But actually thinking about it, you've got to think about the old rating system and then what I might have watched on TV late at night.
yes,
And I'd have
yeah,
been a much
yeah,
younger person because I did watch a lot of
yeah,
crap I shouldn't have watched. That was
yeah.
off telly. It would have been cut to
I
shreds, but
tend to
I'd
think.
actually have watched it.
I think when they were buying films on the TV, I don't think they bought really many 18 certificate
No, they
films.
didn't.
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't have in that era. It would have been too much. Um, I can't think. I know. I remember when Rosemary's Baby was first shown on the TV, on
Yeah, yeah.
mainstream TV. It was shown on BBC One, I think,
Movie
and
Drome, I
it
think I
caused
saw that one.
a lot of controversy at the time. They said, "How can you be showing that?" And that would have been an 18 certificate. It was considered very controversial for its
Yeah.
time as a 60s film as well. That's the one that I do remember as an actual 18, because obviously, I've got to watch this. It's controversial. That would have been in early 70s, definitely. There's a big
Yeah.
thing about it. Anyhow, I'll move on to the next
Yeah,
one.
because it's getting a bit late now. We'll have to go through
Yeah,
these.
it is. Mukman movies. I watched Toxic Zombies, aka Forest of Fear, at the age of 10. Scared the shit out of me. Yes.
I think I
Uh,
watched it, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Mukman movies. Never heard of that one. It was one on the video nasty list. Ah, right.
Now, this is where
Yeah.
I learned from Mondo and
Yeah.
that I really don't know too many that
Yeah.
are on the video nasty list.
Yeah. It's an interesting period in time. I have
McAfee.
McAfee installed
McAfee.
on my laptop. Oh, that's the thing. I've always found it good so far. Never even opened spam emails. Immediately send them to the trash. Yeah,
Yeah, McAfee,
best thing to do.
quite well established. I use malware bytes. McAfee,
Yeah,
I always tend to find to be a little bit bloated with tools that you don't need,
yeah,
but which can slow your PC down. But McAfee has gotten a lot better recently. I tend to go for a virus protector that's lightweight because I don't want my machine slowing down with over engineered protection
yeah,
schemes. You see what I mean?
yeah.
So
Okay. Stephen Moles, I still get phone calls from scammers considering I'm on the telephone preference service, which is supposedly to take your number off all call listing.
oh, tell me
It's a
about it.
load of bull, that preference
Every
thing.
every single day I
Yeah,
get suspected spam coming up on my
yeah,
bloody
yeah,
phone. And I'm going,
Yeah.
where'd they get my bloody number from? I don't
Yeah.
even pick these
Yeah.
damn things up.
No, I know. Actually, we've still got a landline,
Yeah, we
and
have.
we still every call we get, I can guarantee, is a scammer now. If
Yeah.
it rings, it's a scammer. So they've got the number somehow and showing it.
Well, we've got a landline because my mum likes the big buttons and wants to be able to phone up
Yeah,
her,
yeah, yeah,
Tracy, my sister
yeah,
on a proper
yeah,
phone. The nice thing about it is it has a display. The one thing I
yeah,
will notice is that there's hardly any phone calls come through on the landline anymore.
yeah.
It's become virtually a dead number. In fact,
Yeah, it has. I
it's
thought
actually
that.
it's
If you get
actually
the
the number
scammers,
it's actually the number that I recommend people call me on, because I tell you what, it's guaranteed to be free and open because no bugger phones it.
yeah.
So,
Oh dear. Amazon allegedly ring me up a lot on that one.
yeah.
The scammers from India. Yeah. Yeah, me neither. That's as Sumo says, I let them waste their time by answering the call, then putting the phone down and let them waffle on about shit. Yeah.
Oh,
It depends what sort of playful
mine's
mood I'm in.
mine's still got the answer phone message that says, "Sorry, I can't pick up the phone, but I work in a prison and I work for the Ministry of Justice, and so I probably can't answer your call. But if you'd
Oh,
like to leave your number, then please, and I'll call you back." And I keep hoping that somebody's going to turn and say, "Ministry of Justice, prisons,
yeah,
fuck's sake, put the
yeah,
phone down." You
yeah.
know,
That's what I would. Actually, it's brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, that should put them off.
I've just phoned somebody in the Ministry of Justice. Fuck.
I did have my email address hacked a couple of years
Years ago,
ago.
yeah.
I changed my account to passwordless sign-in. I now use an authenticated app every time I log in. Oh, right.
If the authenticator app is something that's recognized by the company that you password protect your stuff with. Now, I use an authenticator app for Amazon and a lot of other stuff, but I tell you what, not every single one does it. They still want to use this two-part authenticator, the old style two-part authenticator, which is put in a code, but it will also text you your phone.
Oh, yeah.
And the trouble with the texting of your phone is they can clone your phone. So basically, the actual text can go to them rather than you. So
Oh,
Muckman is exactly right. If you can ever come across something that uses an authenticator, switch to it immediately, because two-part authentication is not enough anymore. Not enough anymore.
yeah.
He's quite right. Dead on.
Yeah. Tony Hawk makes you wonder if they know certain things. My fee subscription was recently due, and I got some spam emails saying it was due. Just deleted them. Still getting them now, even after I renewed.
I
Yeah,
can answer that. I can answer that.
yeah, go on.
That
Yeah.
is because McAfee got hacked.
Ah,
It was all in the newspapers. McAfee got hacked their customer base. So basically, they don't really know
they've
when
got
you're
yeah,
really going to be when
yeah,
it renew. But they do know that you've been an ex-customer of theirs.
yeah. Mm,
That's all it is.
yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Stephen
see that.
Moles. I want to see Christopher Reeve documentary. Looks good. Sad for that guy. He was my favorite Superman growing up. Yeah, it was a very sad.
I want to see that documentary. I heard about it last week. It came up in
Yeah,
my YouTube stream as an alert thing saying that there's a
yeah,
documentary being made. I want to see it because obviously he's been in other things other than Superman. I love Somewhere
yeah,
in Time and I love Rear Window. He did it.
yeah,
He did a version of Rear Window and a lot of other
yeah,
stuff. And of course, I want to know about his accident and all of that sort of stuff.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, sad.
Um,
So, yeah.
it is, yeah. I preferred Carry On Emmanuel to England. Patrick Mower and Judy Geeson just didn't fit in the series. Yeah, God, Patrick Mower's in that one, isn't
Yeah,
he?
isn't it funny,
And
right?
Judy, yeah.
That Patrick Maurer is in Carry On England and Suzanne Dandeau was in Carry On Emmanuel, and those two were going out of each other.
Yeah.
But they were in separate films.
Yeah. Listen to this. I bet Ron Jeremy is having fun in prison. Yeah, he's in prison, isn't he? God, what an awful character he is. Yeah, less said about him,
Well,
I
to
think.
be quite honest, he's a disgusting character. I've
Yeah, is what I
never found
mean. It's just
anything polite or nice to say about
no
that guy.
the
He
women now.
he looks
Uh,
greasy and
yeah, it does. Yeah, actually, it's best not to have an image of him. It's just revolting. Yeah.
yeah.
Where can we watch that Reeves documentary at Steve Moll's? See if you can answer. I think it's coming to Netflix. There's just a trailer at the moment. All right.
That's where I mean. I think I
Yeah,
saw an advert for the actual
yeah,
documentary on YouTube because I think it was
yeah,
advertising probably Netflix stuff. Yeah.
yeah. There's a Hulk Hogan documentary coming soon as well. As Steve Moll said. Um, yeah, Muckman Movies. He's a Trump supporter, so I won't be watching that idiot. Yeah, he has been making some stupid comments. It's the wrestling's affected his head, obviously, as well. um, Trump 2024. Oh, yeah, I can see exactly. Yes. Muckman Movies. The Exorcist was banned when I saw it on a hulky VHS copy round at my parents' friend house. Yeah, for years, The Exorcist, you couldn't get it, could you? It finally got a DVD release around about 2000.
Oh yeah.
When there
I
was a
mean,
chain.
I definitely saw Exorcist on a pirate tape before I saw it anywhere
Yeah,
else.
yeah,
I remember it starts off, doesn't it, with sort of like desert Egyptian scenes, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah,
it's great.
yes, yeah,
And,
yeah.
those
That's it.
whole beginning shots look bloody awful on a pirate video.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. And my first viewing of Alien was on TV. Oh, wow.
Mine was video recorder for that
Yeah.
definite Alien.
Because mine was at the cinema, but we'll put that down when it came out.
Yeah, but you're 94, you're 94, aren't you? So I'm not surprised, really.
Yeah, yeah. Dustin Hoffman was good in Straw Dogs. The remake was awful, though.
Yeah, and
Oh,
it
was
right.
there a remake? Oh, crikey. Yeah. Dustin Hoffman is excellent, and Susan George, of course.
Well,
Brilliant.
he was on a roll, wasn't he, with Graduate, Marathon
Oh,
Man.
yeah. Some great. Yeah, he was
I mean,
in some great films.
you know, there's
Yeah.
Marathon Man, which I really like. There's,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I like The Graduate. It's an all right film.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
class it as high as some people do. Midnight Cowboy
Yeah.
is an absolute joy. I mean, as Rizzo,
Oh, yeah.
he was
I
absolutely
agree.
fantastic in there.
Actually, the more you think about it, there's a lot of good films, isn't there, that he's been in? He's
I
got
mean,
quite
John
a
Hoyt.
good.
I mean, John Hoyt knocked it out the park, but Rizzo, I mean,
Yeah.
Christ, he really was a disgusting, horrible character in that.
Yeah. Fantastic. What an
The
actor.
guys,
Yeah.
the guy did such a run of great films. It's like Tom Cruise, and you know,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
what his
Yeah.
run was like. You know, when he's finally got a foothold,
Yeah.
it was like bloody hell, everyone a
Yeah.
winner.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
In fact, actually, it's almost as good as Tom Hanks's winning streak.
Yeah. This happens.
When you consider
Yeah.
when you consider Tom Hanks from the title Big onwards, bang.
Yeah. Yes, that is a winning streak. Yeah. Stephen Moles. When I first seen Alien, it was on a projector, but it wasn't the full film. Oh, it was the best bits out together. Lasted about 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's lots of these films that you can
Remember that.
basically get cut down home edition stuff.
Yeah, you could. that Star Wars and stuff like that. They were like these reels that you could buy.
Yeah, they were 8 and
Um,
16mm
yeah,
editions.
yeah. The 18th certificate, here we
There
are,
we
was
go.
introduced by the British Board of Film Censors. On 13th of November 1982. So this is after the X certificate. Following an overhaul of its classifications as recommended by the Williams Committee, it was defined as follows. Passed only for persons of 18 years and over. No person apparently under the age of 18 years shall be admitted to any exhibition at which there is to be shown any film which has received an 18 certificate from the British Film Board of Film Classification. So it goes back the certification 18 to
Oh yeah, it
1982.
goes back to
Yeah,
1982, and the nice thing that Muckman's here
yeah,
is that obviously we get an education. But the secondly, it
yeah,
goes back to his question: what was the first 18 certificate? He's actually
yeah.
saying here it replaced the old X certificate. So you got to think to
There's a
yourself,
bit here, a bit more
what,
here.
what?
Um,
Yeah,
it,
it
repl-
replaced the old X certificate.
yeah, the only difference being the change of name, which had been recommended, because of the increasing association of the X certificate with pornography.
Yeah, which is why,
That's interesting.
it came XXX, which was the porn symbol XXX
Right.
3X,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is the X certificate was replaced with the 18 certificate. Going back to the original question, now you have to think on your telly. What was the X certificate film you saw on telly? And like I say,
Yes.
certain Hammer films would have been X certificate, and I would have probably
Yeah.
therefore seen a Hammer horror film before
Yeah.
1981, which is when I
Yeah.
got my video recorder. And
Yeah.
so that would have been earlier on in my life, and I would have therefore been about like him, 8 years
Yeah.
old.
Actually, just as a side note, Hammer always said they wanted their films to be 18 certificate, and they would send in like previews and say, "We want you to give us an 18 certificate," which is
Yeah,
interesting that they actually wanted it. Yeah.
yeah. But like I said,
Yeah.
when
Um,
most
yeah.
films are reclassified now, and you see a Hammer horror film, and it's going to be out on Blu-ray or
It's
DVD, it's
You're
usually a
lucky to
12
get a
or a
12.
15. 12
Yeah.
generally.
So
Yeah.
12. Yeah. Um, Cinemas Alien that I watched was on Super 8, of course. Yeah, I thought it was 30 minutes, but it was lower than that, 17
17
minutes
minutes,
of the
yeah.
best bits of the film. I also watched Superman's 1978 and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, I do remember those reels, definitely.
Like I
Yeah,
said, that's why I
yeah,
love that movie guy, because that movie guy
yeah,
basically he's a projectionist, and it's just great.
yeah. Main Master, quick hello and good night, gents. All the best. Thank you for coming on. Delboy knows him very well.
I do, he's my
Uh,
mate.
yeah, exactly. And before I head to bed, have you gents seen Restless Natives?
No, but he's asked me to see
No,
that film before, and I haven't got round to seeing
no,
it yet.
no. Uh, Personally, I would like to see a Ric Flair documentary.
Oh, that's on. Is that like Ric Flair, who's like a wrestler, like Hulk Hogan? Ric
Yes, it could
Flair.
be. I think you could be right there. Yeah, yeah. That name kind of rings a bell.
Yeah.
Uh, Main Master, my mate Andy Brown played the part of one of the main characters' sister boyfriend. He sold them the toy gun, which they used to rob people.
Yeah, you see
It'd
now,
be
this
great
is the
if he
thing.
convert these to podcast format too.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll explain that in a minute.
and
I'm disappointed actually. You see, because Mainmeister did a stream tonight, and I wanted to see how well he did in this game that he's going to be playing with with his friend Lakoza. So I'm looking forward to watching that, but I'm probably have to watch it tomorrow. But yes, Mainmeister, whenever he's doing some of his waffles or whether it's something that's quite long, he converts it to just sound and then puts it out in podcast format so that people can listen to it while they're walking along or in the car or whatever it is, rather than having to watch the video of it. So you can actually convert these recordings into sound, Ian, and I'll explain that at the end.
Yes. Sorry, Tony York's just put a thing in about that. He's put down these book titles. I think for you, and I can't see it. Can you see these book titles?
Oh, look. The last one is Really Enjoy Straw Dogs from Tony. Trump 2024. I preferred Carry On Emmanuel.
It just says,
no, I don't see them.
If you could
you could copy and paste it in again, that'd be nice. But I'm going back quite far now, and it's all about Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I can't see it. Can you?
No.
No.
I've got a funny idea that he's putting them in, but they won't show because he's not an admin, and they look like web links and things.
I thought we'd put him in as
No, we put Danny Jukes.
Oh, we need to put Tony in if we can.
Yeah, I think Tony ought to be an admin.
Yeah. I thought we tried it, but probably I didn't do it right.
So I'm just going to say thanks very much, Tony. What it is that I think it's because you're a person that can't put web links in because you're not high enough as an admin. When you're a moderator or an admin, then basically you have the ability to shut websites down. You see, you can close down some because they're trying to advertise a website. So we need you anyway as an admin.
We were originally going to put.
We both respect that, so I think.
I'm sure we tried to. Well, I did. It'd be my fault. I'm sure I did try to make you whatever it is whatever you call them. What I'll try and do is that I'll have a word with Delboy after this, to see how I can get you the thing so you can do that.
It's going to be the ISBN that's stopping it, and it's because it's a sequence of numbers.
Tony, we'll try and sort that out. Okay. So that next time you shouldn't have that problem.
No, you won't have that problem next time.
Yeah, we'll do that as soon as we're off here. We'll do it. Yeah. Anyhow, that is the last comment, isn't it? So we'll do that. Tony.
And I've got a lovely thing to watch from Mainmeister tomorrow. I've got to see him cock up trying to play a real-time strategy game. I can't wait. That's going to be the funniest thing I've seen all week. if anybody's interested, Mainmeister is a great friend of mine. He's got a fantastic channel. If you're ever interested in anything remotely to do with nostalgia of computers and computer games and all that sort of stuff, do go over there and have a little look. I've got a funny feeling if you just watch one of his videos, you'll sub to him immediately. But if not, no harm, no foul. But brilliant. Mainmeister's he's the person who got me into YouTube, by the way. He's the one that basically recommended that I'd do really well if I had my own channel. So it's his fault, really.
Yeah. Also, I think you've just kind of reminded me. If there's anybody who's watching who hasn't subscribed to Delboy, please look in the description. I've put his link there, and please subscribe to his channel. Brilliant channel. I always say it every week, but it is. So please subscribe. But possibly most of you have. But if there's somebody who's watching who hasn't, then please subscribe. He deserves it. He's got a brilliant blog. I always talk about a blog, but he does great reviews as well.
That's really. I really like the fact that you mentioned that I don't just do a blog, because I must admit there's so many people that just say, "Oh, he does a blog," and I'm going, I do more than that.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever remembered for.
But you do. I said you do all the reviews as well. Oh, there's an interesting thing here. Sorry. Uh, it says my last comment was deleted, so I'll say good night. Or my bed is calling me. Thank you, Muckman Movies. I
No,
don't
thank
know how
you.
that's happened. We haven't deleted it. I don't
No.
know. So I don't know. Tony and I, good night, gents. Thank you. Good night, Tony. We'll try and sort out that. And Steve Moore says, good night and good morning, gents. Yeah. Right. So that's it. That was the last comment. Thank you, everybody that has joined our wonderful. I was another one here. Tony Hawk, you have a phantom mod. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think we
you
do.
got a phantom. You got a
Deleted.
phantom. You got a phantom moderator. I've got a funny. I've got a funny feeling though that YouTube are sort of like scanning for particular words like riots and things like that. And if your word looks similar to something that they think is awkward, they get rid of it. It's just an instant thing in the chat.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll try and do something, Tony. So don't worry. And we so thank you everybody that's joined us, and thank you, Delboy. As always, it's been a real pleasure, and thank you so much. We look forward to next week again, and thank you.
Oh yeah,
and thank you everybody.
Thank you all that have joined my Discord, as well. Thank you so much, because that's doing really well now. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant, fantastic. So everybody, goodbye. We're off.